Oh, good, it's recording. Okay.
Oh, did you guys hear it say we're recording?
Um,
You probably did on your catch me up. I don't know. Sorry, Ashley, I don't understand what that was, so I'm going to leave it alone. But we won't be able to. You won't be able to speak until we start the Q and A, which will be about an hour from now, maybe. We'll see how it goes. When my aunt and I are online, it all is fair. So we're going to play this, and all right. Okay, Maat, you are the star here, and I want everybody to pay attention to you. Now, you're going to notice that the video will not change as we speak from person to person. That's okay. We still know who the star is. Maat, please tell us from the beginning, just to give you a starting point, military to vocal producer, to producer period, but particularly today, vocal producer.
As in, talk about when I was in the military,
And
or
then how you got, what's the, everybody wants to know the background.
when the military in 1987, the U.S. Navy. I was a cryptologic tech. Basically, we spied on people. We listened to people. And while I was in the military, some friends of mine back home did a song that I loved, but the sound quality was horrible. And the comparison was always Dr. Dre. I'm a technical type person, so I said, okay, I'm going to figure this technical stuff out while I'm in the Navy and come back and help out. And that's what I did. Next thing, the Navy taught me troubleshooting, advanced electronics, critical thinking, a bunch of stuff. And then the idea was to bring that stuff back home. So while I was in the military doing this music, I ended up spending like $46,000 worth of stuff back during the time of the EPS-16 sampler, R8MK2 drum machine, that stuff. I take some of that stuff out on the ships with me. We had a rap group out there called Propaganda, me, Drew, and Shango. And when I got out of the military, I put equipment in storage. Half of it got stolen out of storage. The lock was still on, which apparently happens to a lot of people out here. And so I figured I need to figure out a way to where I don't care about equipment, where if something gets stolen, who cares? Computers came along, and that was the answer. I could always, I dove into it big time. But first, my job, I ended up with a job. I went to school for computer repair and then computer network and the Microsoft stuff. And then, but I was really doing that so that I would be able to fix my own computer, not need anybody on the technical side. But so since with computers, like I've had gear stolen multiple times, and now it just doesn't matter. And that was the whole thing was I needed to function in a place where if something gets stolen, who cares? I'm back up in no time. And that's the way it is right now. Like my laptop right now, I'd hate for the data to get lost. But if the laptop is destroyed or stolen, whatever, who cares? I'll buy some speakers, buy whatever I need, and I'm back up like that. Whereas the stuff that I had, the Allen and Heath board and all that stuff, man, if somebody stole, man, I'd be ready to kill somebody. Now, I'm like, okay, next, and I'm right back into it. I got online. Nobody knew, but I was severely technical and experienced. When you're in the military, you get a lot of responsibility placed on you. And then you come out into the civilian world, and it's like I was doing advanced electronics component level troubleshooting when I went to go for a job order. The guy asked me what I did. I explained it to him, and he said, "Oh, so you can change a wall outlet." Like a wall outlet, sure. They had no concept of what some of us are coming out of the military. It's real reductive what we come out and face. You do all of this, and then you come out and people don't understand that you're all of this, and they can't even envision it. And then in the civilian world, I found out that the resumes inflated. So they thought my resume was inflated. all that stuff that was on there. It was just basic stuff to me. But so, got online. Somebody told me that Waves was the thing to do. I had $17,000. So I spent the whole $17,000 on whatever was needed, $3,600 for the Waves Diamond bundle, and got Pro Tools and just got set up and just went all in trying to learn what the top people were using and figure some stuff out technically. And Pensado Students started with Dave Pensado and them going live. So we got in there and it was the wild, wild west. And so I went from that, was all engineering stuff. And then once I understood engineering to a level where I was happy, and I had been running up and down California helping, the idea for me was to learn and then run up and down California teaching the have-nots. But then with online, it turned into, we could share with anybody around the world. So we ended up with this community where we were sharing, and it was literally the wild, wild west, all the stuff we were sharing.
You want to tell them who Dave Pensado is?
Dave Pensado's a mix engineer. He's mixed some of the biggest records. People who've been under him, they're some of the people running the industry right now. Is for some of the top guys who are mixing. Single ladies. He's like Bell stuff when it came out, knocking. He's done a lot. Christina Aguilera, I think it was the Beautiful Song. Him, Herb Trawick, working as a team. Brian McKnight. He's just an excellent mix engineer and a mentor, and who gives back big time. And people were hoarding information. He was just freely giving it because the concept is you're not him. Like Bruce Lee could teach you the 3-inch punch, but you're not him. So, it's that type of thing. So once I got the engineering stuff down to where I was happy and I had a bunch of guys who I had trained, what I learned to do in the military is you look for the weakest link. And that's what I kept doing. And the just weakest link ended up being the songs. So I have this whole engineering community that I know. Top guys down to the not as good, just starting. And so there's just a plethora of engineers. Engineering is not a problem. We need the songs that are worth being engineered. And so I dove off into that for years. And it was a struggle because the information just was not out there. So now I'm doing that. I've been doing that, going up and down, teaching songcraft. Everybody learned in school how to write, and some learned, you have a title, and then you do your opening, your body, and your final out. But songcraft is not just that, it's that, but more. And finding that was a bit much, and there's different ways of doing stuff. So I've been gorging on that for years, and now I'm doing it, not just teaching it. I've just shut it down and said, okay, some people want to argue about this, not a problem, I'll just demonstrate. And so that's what I've been doing now, is just, I'm from hip hop, we battle, and if you say such and such can't be done, I say it can, I demonstrate. And so that's what I've been doing, and Brad sent me a young lady by the name of Olga, and I've been working with her, started just teaching her songcraft, and then we've been writing songs. Suno AI, Dre DeMose told me about Suno AI. I jumped onto that and have been using that to demo out songs so that we could hear different versions, whether it's going to be rock, pop, R&B, blues, try the same song in different styles. And one of the beautiful things that we found was if you craft out a good song, it'll work in multiple genres. Like you'll try it in different genres, and it works, And that was one of the things that we used to be told back in the day. If you have a good song, you should be able to play it on a piano, just you and a piano, you and a guitar, and it's a good song without all the extra stuff. And so that's what we've been going for.
Do you sometimes find that you add too much and then it ruins the song?
Absolutely. It can become. See, it all depends on what is the song, what are you trying to do with the song, what is the song for, and then the people listening to it, how do they what are they receiving from it? And you can do if you're trying to get a message across. If I'm trying to tell you how much I love my mother, and there's stuff distracting from that, in a dance club for a dance thing, somebody might do the dance version, and people aren't really caring in the club necessarily about that. But if it's not like it's what is the song for? If I'm wanting you to understand what I'm saying about I love my mother or whatever, I have to get rid of all distractions and make everything point toward putting that up on a pedestal and you actually receiving that message. The performance, the production that's added, whatever.
Smart man saying, I wrote a song about loving my mother. That's very, you slipped that one in beautifully. What I kind of wanted to highlight here that I love about this is it's a story for people who think, oh, I'm too old to do this, I can't do this, I can't do that. Well, Maat didn't say that. And he's not saying it now, and I don't anticipate he ever will.
No. Okay, so martial arts background. The elders are respected. The elders they're the people that you go to. You have libraries full of stuff. If we just throw that stuff away, we lose. And the real part of the real thing is somebody's done stuff that you may be able to learn from. So if we dismiss the older generation, we're losing a lot. We're dismissing stuff that can work, like emotion, getting artists into it. There's stuff that people have that we could receive. And on the flip side, there's stuff from the newer generation that we can learn. And I hear both sides. I hear people from both sides dismissing each other, and it's insane to me. The younger generation, every generation is bringing something, and people want different stuff. And if you are locked into the blues and nobody wants to hear that, that's going to be your result. People need something. If the masses need something new, and you're trying to get to the masses, and the blues aren't working, you may need some of the stuff the new kids are bringing. One of the beautiful things with the new kid, incorporating some of the old stuff, the understanding, and using that to make the new stuff connect with people more.
The country's bringing it on, that's for sure.
Country actually cares.
The top 100 charts?
Country actually cares. Like, yeah. There's standards, and there are people who actually care about the writing, and it's craft. They actually care. Some stuff, like in hip hop, you've got a section of hip hop who are lyricists, and it's like the main thing is lyricists, and then you've got just entertainment. It's all kinds of different stuff. There's no one who could say this is what it is and this is all that there is. It's all over the place, and there's a beautiful thing to that, because it's like water. It fills all crevices. But like for us in the culture, we don't like the Grammys or mainstream this and that. That's not what moves us. And then like the Grammys might not be moved by us. So everybody's out doing their thing, and it's a thing of whoever wins. But in country, when you go look at the lyrics, when they're writing, you can learn a lot. Same with like some of the R&B, especially like there's certain people in R&B now, and then there's stuff back in the day. If you really go and look, they really cared about what they were saying. And then there's people to this day, Tech Nine, Hobson. There are people who you wouldn't see at the Grammys who are excellent, and there are people who advance rhythm and in music, like vocal rhythm. It's not just melody, there's rhythm, and there's been rhythm advances going on in music. And if you're not rhythmically inclined and you don't dive into that, you miss out on connecting with a lot of what's going on today.
I can verify that. I believe rap has had a large effect on singing rhythm.
Yeah.
Because I find myself having people come in and say, I've been singing this, but I want to sing this. Like, Ingeborg. And she wanted to get into the dance stuff. She's not out of that now, but a couple of years ago, she really wanted to understand how to sing like with the dance music. Well, she didn't have the rhythm aspect of it, so it just didn't sound right at all. And so, one of my techniques is I had her clapping the rhythms to get her body connected to it. And then, and the staccato, the old Italian word meaning broken or short, is a big part of today's music. So even if you go back, say, 30 years and listen to a vocalist of 30 years ago, then come to now, you will, not the countryside, but the pop, you will hear them using less and less legato, smooth connected lines, and more staccato and attack. For instance, you'll hear more of the vowel sounds attacked, like I am at the store. I'm not at the store. I'm at the store. I'm at the store. I'm going. They use that just as hard as if it was a T or a P. The classical people say, "Oh, don't never do that." But we have microphones, so we're not under the same pressure they're under. So I don't think they understand that. But I just wanted to back you up on that. That's right on.
One of the things that threw me off about songwriting, I would go and look at some of the songs that I love. I'd read the lyrics and they made no sense, or it just looked like garbage. And yet, when I listened to the song, it would connect, which eventually I caught on. There's more to connection than the words that are used.
What is that?
Emotion. The way you, like even Master P, when he would say, that, na, that, you'd read that, it's like, what is this? But when he does it, it's infectious. And it becomes a thing. Somebody like Bobby Womack or Al Green would sing, and it'd be very little that they were saying, which I caught is what happened in church. In our churches, they might use one sentence and be riffing off of it, saying that one sentence over and over and over and get everybody caught up into it. But if you wrote it out, it doesn't look good. It's performed.
You can't write anything these days.
It's a performance. And there's little stuff that we do vocally and emotionally that we would have this thing where we'd say, okay, we have a good song here, you're the singer, you're the artist, whatever. Now you need to bring what you're going to bring to it to take it over the top. So if you go listen to Michael Jackson, if you go listen to Saida Garrett sing Man in the Mirror and then go listen to Michael, you'll see the contrast. You'll see all the stuff that Michael was bringing. That's totally different. And if he was with somebody else, they might have told him, don't be stomping, don't do this, don't do that. And all of that stuff is part of what added the character to him and to stuff.
I think we worked with him, and dancing had a big part of his vocals. And he was not a legato guy. He was not about, but he did vocal exercises, but that's not what it was about for him. He was very staccato in his work, and his dance moves created a lot of his feel. And we used to say in the studio, well, he's not Pavarotti, because when Seth was with us, the opera was a big thing. So, can I increase? Hold on a second. Let me finish this, David. So, but we would say nobody grooves like Michael.
So when we say he's not is it Pavarotti?
Yeah, Pavarotti.
When we say he's not Pavarotti, Pavarotti's not him.
Exactly.
Like also, like rhythmically, like say a Dr. Dre beat comes on and people start being moved. There's no words. There's the rhythm, the push pull, the swing that's going on. You can do that with your vocals and have people caught up into it no matter what you're saying. You could be talking about a flashlight on a wall, and it's like a flashlight on the wall. But the rhythm, what the rhythmic dancing that you're doing with their vocals will get people into it. Rhythm is huge. We say melody is huge, rhythm is huge, and if you go and listen to Michael, like that is an infectious rhythm the way he's doing that. It's not just the words.
His body brings it into the voice.
Yes.
You see, the voice is not some separate thing that's floating out around there.
Yeah.
So if the body's moving, so is the voice. So you cannot imitate Michael if that's your goal. You cannot imitate him without imitating his body movements.
I forgot what I was about to say. But so studying Michael, I actually started gaining an appreciation for a lot of stuff that he was doing that I did not realize. Like if you go and look at his harmonies or his layered vocals back during a time when they weren't quantizing the way we do today. He was doing it himself where it's on. And today, if the artists are not getting into their craft, like if you're a singer or a rapper and you're not getting into your craft, you're shortchanging yourself. And I was helping because I was fixing people's rhythm and making them on, and they'd sound much better than what they actually did. And then their chests would stick out, and they'd talk and have whatever, thing about them until you play the original, and then you show them all the work that you actually did to get them in time and whatever. So I stopped doing that and started focusing on having people improve. And so that when you'd see the videos of us online on Facebook when I would go live or whatever I was doing, a major part of what I was doing was forcing whoever was with us to do old school ways of, you got to do it instead of us fixing. I learned how to fix it. Hey, Dre the Most, H-Bomb, here, look at this. You can fix this stuff. And then I go in and I'm like, but I'm not doing that. We're finna do the work.
Well, just give me a second here. David Liao is here not only to learn, but he's also the customer, well, not customer really, but support for FarPlay, which we are using exclusively for our audio today. And that's why we can talk over each other. And I'm going to make something a little bit more obvious about that here in a moment, because Maat is looking into using FarPlay more and more in his own work. So we're going to want to do a little demo with Maat, since we throw each other under the bus all the time. It's like the way we say it. Hey Maat, do you think we're at 10 years? I don't know what the date is, but I think we met in 2014.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
In the Grammys, Grammy meeting.
Yeah.
Anyway, so let's say that you and I are working on a song, and you give me something that you want me to do.
What I would want from you, and what I love is helping the artist connect emotionally.
No, I want you to I want to be the singer for a moment. I'm like the singer you're working with, not the coach.
Oh, you're the artist.
Yeah, I'm the artist here for a moment. Yeah.
Okay, repeat that. Do what now?
Playing the role playing here. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what did you want me to do now?
Just you know how you did yesterday. You made something up, and then you said you want me to make something up out from that. Got
you. So what it is I'll start with rappers. Rappers, a lot of them don't realize. Well, rappers or singers. They are musicians.
Rappers are singers too. That's true.
Yeah, they're musicians. Rappers and singers are musicians, and a lot don't realize it. And one of the things I do is work to connect them to that, to where they start becoming musicians. And so with rappers, there's cadence things that they can do. There's cadence drills where they can pretend to be a hi-hat. Like I've got files where rappers are pretending to be hi-hats, flutes, all that types of stuff, to where they start learning to be musical. And we make beats out of it and put drums and all types of stuff on it. But so if let's say you were a singer, and I want you to start connecting melodically, I might call up just a click track or a kick and snare, and then we start adding the music. And we have to get good at it to where we can just do it on the drop of a dime. Hey, Dre just came in. He's seen me do this a lot. But so say we were like this and we didn't have a beat set up. I might say, okay, I need you to repeat this melody. Yeah, and now do that, and and do it twice. But the next time that you do it a little different.
Okay, I'm going to do that now. I want you to know something, Maat. You can coach me as I'm singing, and I will be able to hear you.
Gotcha.
Can't do that with Zoom. Can't do that with Skype. Hardly anybody you can do that with. The only reason you guys can hear this today is because we are on FarPlay. Okay. Now, I know it's going to be different, but don't be afraid to talk.
Okay, so now you would think that you made a mistake. What I just heard is Dre the Most, he's in there, he would be recording, he would have captured that. I did one thing, you did another. We now have verse, chorus, or verse and a bridge type thing. What you did was different. It's another musical section. And we would go back and forth doing this or doing it at the same time. So watch, do whatever you were doing, do it again, and I'm gonna start doing something. We would start doing that. You see how I started? Like, you're going and I'm going slower. Contrast. I was actually picturing playing chords. That type of thing. But we would record that. We would actually play doing that type of thing where we start creating music together. And what happens is your brain starts changing. Musicians will come in and you might even say, look, man, I want you to play a guitar. They say, well, what you want? And you go, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. And the musician's like, yeah, I got that. And he starts playing it. You're now communicating with musicians. And then if you, when they do that, you do like what I did, you start adding music to that vocally. Whatever you do, you turn that into words. Now your words are music and it just works. And that's what the old school cats did. They, like when they would do their work tapes or whatever, they were sitting there doing music. And that music got turned into words. And if words came up first, then the other thing is to get good at turning words into music, which number one, like that clapping thing that you did, like if I say hello, like that rhythm, da 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 da. So ba da ba ba ba, da 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 da. So it was if I say hello, if I say hello, like you start doing music with if I say hello, you start playing with it and seeing what feels and whatever, and you start creating music. Now your songs start sounding like actual songs because it's music and it all works together. And what who's it, H-Bomb, he was saying back in the days, like, man, I don't even know if they're even listening to the music, because a singer would get on a track or a rapper would get on the track and they weren't connected to the music. And this is how you can get connected to the music. You actually do music, you know. And
karaoke has something to do with that.
So like, so say a rapper, a singer comes in, and I might tell the singer, listen to this hi-hat that like, I want you to become a hi-hat, do that hi-hat rhythm, and then turn that into words. Or a rapper, do the hi-hat rhythm and make it groove, and then turn it into words. And so now you have what we call a hi-hat vocal. If you do a violin vocal, that's sung, hey, I'm gonna get you. It's sung totally different, has a different feel. But you start being a musician with this stuff. And when I do it, I sound like somebody's killing a dog. So a singer, if I'm sitting there embarrassing myself,
come on.
if I'm sitting there embarrassing myself, the singer all of a sudden feels better at my expense, and I'm cool with that. And so then the singer can start doing it, and I'll do it in front of people. It looks ridiculous, sounds horrible, and then that's next to that. But in contrast, when the singer starts doing it, it's like, ooh, much better. And it's to build their confidence when they see me falling on my sword.
Well, I wanted to kind of mention that everyone see. This is another great thing about Maat is he's not a musician, he's not a singer. And you say, well, why do you say that's a great thing? Well, he listens to music better as an audience because of it. Musicians sometimes are too involved in seeing the brush strokes of a painting, if you will. Where Maat will just come in and go, oh, I just feel that painting. We might be going, well, yeah, it feels pretty good, but you know, that brush mark is a little off there, or whatever. So there's a lot of great producers over the years, and artist managers and record label people who are not musicians and are very proud of it and have had a lot of success because of it. It's something you wouldn't think of, you know, but it's really great that he's willing to do that. You know, I know a lot of musicians that could barely sing and they'll throw stuff out. And you made me think of Michael as well. Michael did that for all his musicians. He sang the bass lines, he sang the guitar lines, did all that on multi-track, right?
And so you said as an audience member, so that's one of the things I learned from you that was it helped big time. So if Natasha's singing and she's worried about how she sounds, it distracts, it takes away. But if we can get her to not do that, we split the work to where say Dre, you and I are sitting there listening, and she's singing, and we get her to not worry about that, get her to focus on feeling and emoting, and then waking up out of that and asking us, how was that? Now we're getting somewhere. Because if she's sitting there thinking about, do I sound good? That's what's going to be in the recording. Yeah. And I learned that first from you, Brad, when you had broke that down one time, and when you were talking about splitting the work, and I was like, oh wait, that's the answer. That makes sense. And then I've been using that, but it's the trick is actually to get the artist to do it, because artists are so self-conscious that and judgmental that it can be work to get an artist to actually let go and not judge themselves and trust you. And then even when they hear what everybody reacts to, they may hate it, but everybody's reacting to it. Yeah, but everybody's reacting to it saying, oh man, this is awesome, this moves me, and the artist might say something like, but my pitch blah blah blah, and they don't necessarily hear and feel what the audience is feeling, and that becomes a negative thing for them, because if you fix it to where they're talking about, it doesn't connect anymore. And so
I don't think it's possible, frankly. I think it takes two brains to communicate.
I started understanding why record labels would get somebody like Ron Fair and have them put in the work, and he's the final say because of his taste, and artists would be mad. I started understanding, because it can be very hard to see yourself from the audience's standpoint. And I mean, time after time, I've had artists try to force me to delete something that was magical, that made people
great
feel
actors
something.
Do it too.
See? See?
You know where I learned that, Maat, was very interesting. I got hired to come into a jingle session to coach the singer. And he started singing, and I don't know, instinctively, I just kind of noticed it. Said, wait a minute, he kept stopping himself.
Okay.
And he says, oh no, that's no good. Let's just do that over again. And again, it's like, and every time he stopped himself, it was like almost on the verge of something I wanted to hear. And I said, okay, can't remember what his name was. This is like almost 50 years ago. Somewhere 45. Anyway. I said to him, look, you're the singer, we're in the recording booth, you sing, we'll record, end of story. Do not stop. I don't care what you think or what you think you're going to think. Do not stop. We got that thing done like that. And everybody was happy. I don't know. I think he was. I don't, when you're hired to do a commercial, you don't give the choice to come back and listen to it and correct it. Not in the, or and same thing with, like if you're one of the girls in the Bangles and David Kahn says that's it, that's the end of the story. You can't come in and say, I'm going to fix this and I'm going to fix that. But I think this, and you've seen me, I mean, I'm like a proponent of record producers. I've written blogs about them. I'm totally for them. I don't think there's a singer on the planet that couldn't do better with one than without. I don't care if it's, not saying anything about the dead, but I don't care if it's Prince or whoever says, oh, I produced all my own stuff, and of course we know what really goes on behind the scenes. He does not totally produce all his own stuff. You can ask Khalid Glover about that, which I'm hoping to have on the show next, which is also a friend of Maat and I's. But what I want to say really quickly is, yes, you singers, get the hell out of the way and let these guys do their job. Jesus. I know it's easier said than done, but
there was a reason why the load was split, and my analogy is I can go and wash and detail my car, but if Brad, if you take that hose thingy and steam wash the engine, if Natasha does the tires, if David does the undercarriage, if Dredamos does the inside shampooing and vacuuming of the carpet and I do the leather seats, like you split the load, each one of us goes deep into what we're doing, you come out with this more powerful cleaning. The job is we have to each focus on our jobs. I can't be looking at you, Brad, while I'm doing my job. I got to do my job, just like what we did in the military. I was maintenance. I did my job. Rob Hester did his. Patrick Aldridge did his. Everybody went down. Buchanan went and did their job. And as a team, just doing our job, we kick butt. Like, flat out, we kick butt.
Let's say we're meeting for lunch. You don't know me, I don't know you, but I think I'm a singer-songwriter, right? Mm-hmm. And I've heard that you know all this stuff. And so I say, look, but Maat, really, couldn't I just go into my own little recording studio now? It's so inexpensive. I've got my Pro Tools and I know how to use it and I can create all my own stems and, blah, 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 blah. And then, hey, I've got this great mic and I got my headphones and I'm really a pro here and I'm gonna finish this record up and I'm gonna stick it on iTunes and then someday I'm gonna go viral and I'm gonna be a big star. What would you advise me?
Do it. Because here's what happens there. So you do that, get your results. Whatever you do when you first do it, get your results. Now that's the starting point. We need to do better, whatever that is. And so let's say you do it and you play it for people, you play it for strangers, like you play it somewhere where nobody knows you, you play it for strangers and you see what their reaction is. And if nobody ever reacts, that tells you something. If they do, then it's time to investigate what it is that they react to. You have people with a natural talent that to where no matter what they do, even on a crappy recording, people are going to react to it. So whatever the truth is, we find out and then we build from there. But if you think that you're going to just start and be able to engineer, vocal produce, and do all the stuff that we do, you're kidding yourself.
Yeah.
It takes time. It can take years. So if you're beginning and you have no choice, absolutely. But you be ready to spend a lot of time learning. Now they're making tools to try to make it to where you can do lessons where it's easier and easier for you. But even then, if you're not getting the results that you want, you have to that means something needs to change. And so you might have to try several people and see where the chemistry works out to where when somebody makes a call, it's like, 5 times in a row that person said this was the good one and everybody agreed. Like say working with you, Brad, if you say, hey, your pitch is off and it makes me happy when you're thinking it's sad, well, then what does the audience say? Man, every time Brad says that, he's right. Well, maybe you ought to listen to Brad. It's that type of thing where they'll have to learn. And the thing is in the jungle, some people get eaten and they disappear. Yep. So not a problem. Do what you want to do. It's what is it called? I'm drawing a blank on what it is, but yeah, the jungle eats up a lot of people.
You got kind of a tough love thing going on there, which is cool. Say, look, buddy, give it a try. You're going to learn. You're going to learn with School Hard Knocks. You're going to find out. You can take my opinion if you want, or you don't want to, whatever you want, but you're going to learn somehow. So go do it. I love that.
But Brad, we have elitist musicians who are out of touch. Yeah. It's not just the new. You have people who will be so focused on musicality that ends up taking away from what's actually there. So somebody might do something that's just natural and connecting. Some musician type elitist, whatever, snobbery, whatever comes in and might take that away when they start doing their thing. So we have to make sure that we stay connected no matter whether a person is new to it or not. And that's why we have tastemakers. You might have a tastemaker in the room who doesn't do anything but say, yeah, that's good. I don't know about that. And every time that person's in the room, you end up coming out with something that connects with people. And when they're not in that room, you're the same person or whatever, but it's just not happening.
Where do you get those?
Where do you get them?
Yeah, where do you get a tastemaker?
it might end up being your aunt. If I'm doing blues music, it might end up being my aunt. It might end up being a mentor. It might end up being some professional you go to. It's whoever gets you the results. You know,
You segued into something I want to talk about. Is this okay? Is this a good time? Okay, so an artist that I've been working with for many, many years, mentioned her earlier, Ingeborg. Now she's more into emotional and warm female type siren, as you will, is actually the name of the song. Siren type stuff, you know, come to me, I'll help you make your life better, blah, 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 blah. And welcome, Sean and Lily. Sorry, I forgot earlier. Anyway, so we had this great emotional performance going. You know, we checked off on it. She was happy, I was happy. You know, because I have to wear two hats when I'm doing emotional production. I am the audience, and I never talk about pitch or rhythm or tone color. Those are verboten. They are not to come up. I completely cut them out. If somebody asks me a question, is that on pitch? I'm not going to answer. I say, well, it felt great to me, or, you know, let's see if we can feel it more the way you want to feel it. We'll talk about it that way, yes. Anyway, so we got all that done. So then she hires a producer to do the recording, and she sends me the finished product, and, you know, she says, I'm really unhappy with this. He kept talking to me about rhythm, and I listened to it, and I said, well, yeah, all the emotion's gone and all the rhythm's there. So I started asking her questions. Well, what is it about this producer? She says, you know, what's his background? I said, well, you know, he's got a lot of classical background, but, you know, he's also into hip hop and blah, blah. And I said, aha, you hit the nail on the head. The trained producer, the musically trained producer, who will start to listen for rhythmically or pitch. They're usually better with rhythm than they are pitch because they're not singers, but you start listening for these things like, oh, it should be in the pocket right there. Wait a minute. You know, I should not be able to hear a difference between this finger snapping and the T at the beginning of the word, right? So they wanted to get that locked in. Well, that's okay, but then now Ingeborg's mind is completely off of the storyline. Mm-hmm. And now it's on lining up that T. And reason I wanted to bring this up was because I think anyone who's listening, whether it be a singer or a songwriter, or maybe there's producers who are checking in on our show, or maybe who will listen to the podcast, we know from very great people such as David Kahn, Quincy Jones, David Pensato, many, many people who are very high on the line, Khalid Glover, very high on the line in this industry, and they will back us up. It is about emotion. It is not about getting the perfect rhythm. It is not about talking like this. It is not, yes, I am right on the beat with myself. That is not speech. Speech goes up and down. The rhythms are constantly changing. You don't know when I'm going to start a word or when I'm going to end a word, and that keeps you listening.
Okay, Brad.
Yeah.
My question would be, what is the rhythm of sadness? What is the timing of a mother is on the pulpit, her son was killed by gang members, and she's telling the gang members, I want you guys to stop killing each other. What is the timing of that?
My first reaction is there is no such thing.
It's based on feel, emotion, and she will say what she wants to say according to what she has to say. Yeah. And she communicates.
Okay,
and so if you wrap the music around that, you get a win. Okay, somebody's got jokes. Sean John's got jokes. All right, Sean John. But again, if you do this, if you're just focused on this right here that it's on, you can totally miss the emotion of, this person is elated in this moment. Now what we can do is get that person's head wrapped up into that, which if it's something like a person has a song about their daughter being born and the holding their daughter, you might have to start having that conversation while they're on that microphone. You start having that conversation about that, and they get filled up with that emotion
ladies and gentlemen,
when they go to sing.
For all those in
And
London
then,
that don't know what happens,
Brad, would you eject
to the
Sean
white
John?
man when he comes to
Really?
P. Diddy party?
He's got a Puff Daddy up here, and it's disrespectful
so
to what we're doing.
unfortunate. You gotta pull back though.
Yeah, Sean John is doing disrespectful
That's
stuff right
crazy.
now.
Matt,
And
move out the
you
way.
might have, yeah, you
You're
might
still
have to,
alive.
yeah. Sean
Look
John
at
is
that.
flat out doing
Look at-
disrespectful
look,
stuff. There's
what
no
you
telling what
think
Sean
I
John would do in this.
And that's
I
James
suggest you
from
just kick
Simeon
Sean John
Mobile
out.
Disco. He is
you have to kick him out
actual
completely.
Right now,
DJs are supposed to pass
He
out.
can't speak.
But
But
when they come
everyone
to one
in
of
the
my
audience
parties, this
can
is what
hear
happens
him.
to him.
Oh,
Okay.
I
I
can't.
put
Oh,
him to
that's
sleep.
that's a good point.
You put the drink on his
Remove-
head.
Okay, he's removed.
Yeah, and so
Remove
like,
Sean, yeah.
yeah, you're gonna have to edit the video of me saying it if you so desired. I don't care.
Right.
And even on that point to that point right there, some people actually come in to a session or anything, and they don't have good intentions. And so the people around you, when you're working in the studio, you have to be careful of who's in there, what vibe, whatever they're bringing, because somebody can help or harm, and you never know what's going on. And so producers, engineers, we will pay attention. We're sensitive to that type of stuff, the vibe of what's going on in there. So if Lily is getting ready to sing and she's doing whatever she's doing, everybody in there needs to be there to support that. Whatever that means is to support Lily on achieving what she's trying to do. She's the superhero in the room. We need to get that out of her. Anything that interferes with that, I don't care if it's her mother, her son. Like if it's me and Dre and her son is doing something such and such, I might pick her little son up and go play with him. Get him out of the session, have fun with him. Might even take him to the movies if she let me take him. Just to where she's good, that he's safe, and he's having fun, and she gets to do what she does. But every move that we make needs to be in support of whatever Lily's trying to do.
That's right on. The only other answer I had to the rhythm of sadness is it usually is slower.
Yes.
That's otherwise but you know it's individual, but so singers, here's the thing to remember. Musicians, yes too, but singers it's a little more obvious because we have to deal with, we don't have to, but we deal with words. Okay, so I may be an expert speaker, maybe I'm Tony Robbins, and I can speak and I can convince people of all kinds of things, and I'm a great speaker, but it doesn't mean I can do it within the realm of music. So you still got to pay your dues. You still got to get the music in you. You still got to know, you know, like Steve Fansler said a few podcasts ago, you still got to know where one is. It doesn't mean you have to hit one every time, but you got to know where it is. One just means the beginning of each bar. 1, 2. So, and some people say you still got to sing in the groove. Okay, well there's times, yes, that it's very important that word hit on that beat. And if you can't do that, your singing may come out very chaotic. It may not have any sense to it. You might have the emotions, but you don't have the music. Chime in on that, Maat.
You said it.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, that's all I wanna hear.
but we've talked about that, like the music itself, music creation. So say you're writing a verse, there's this thing of melody, motif, where you take something, a melody like ba-da-da, and then do something with that to where there's variation, to where you can do that to where people won't get bored. And you could even, like, say you do a melody that's 4 bars long or 2 bars long, you can take a piece of that melody and do another melody. You can, if you start learning this type of stuff, you can create the repetition and the contrast to where people will listen and they don't get bored. If there's songs where people are doing a lot of repetition and you end up not bored, why? What are they doing? When you start investigating that, you might find that there's certain songs in R&B I remember where they just kept saying the hook, and I never could understand how they did the hook 10 times in a row, and I did not get bored. Then when I went to do it, if I did it 2 times in a row, I'm checking out. And so, or Parliament Funkadelic, when they would be doing stuff, how was that song 18 minutes long, 12 minutes long, and I'm not bored. I go listen to it now, and I'm not bored. What are they doing? There's a bunch of stuff where if you start learning music, and it's not necessarily like, so there's ways you can teach musical stuff that takes 40 years. Then there's musical stuff that where you can teach where it gets into their body and stuff to where it doesn't take that long. So the concept of contrast, if something is staccato, there's legato, long notes, versus like this, there's swing. What do you call it when if it's jumpy or it's
Shuffle?
oh, even a shuffle, like a shuffle beat. So you might have a verse, the first verse be sang a little bit behind, say a 16th note behind, 16th note slow, and it's swung. Then the next section of that verse might be swung, no, done shuffle. Go listen, I tell you what, go listen to 50 Cent in the club and listen to when he raps a verse. Listen to how many times the rhythm of that verse on In the Club changes. This is rap. Look at how much the rhythm of his vocal changes. Does it just stay all the same? In fact, listen when it first comes on, listen to the hooks and how much stuff it changed. How much it changes just like that and you don't even realize it. So like it might start off go, 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 and then go shorty, it's your birthday, and then it's on to You Can Find Me in the Club. I mean, it's like boom, 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 and you don't even realize that there's all these changes. And there's a bridge in that song. It has the background crickets sound that happens. Look at that song structure. Dr. Dre understands song structure, and there's multiple songs where he would work out where you'd be looking. It's either him or whoever's with him. Where if you start studying what they're doing, you'd be like, man, that's that same stuff they're doing in pop, where they have this understanding of, I can do stuff a certain amount, then I need to change, and then if I have enough changes where I can move stuff around and play with it, I can keep people from being bored, have repetition in there. So like what I started doing was saying, when I go to do a song, I'm going to have 5 elements in there. Like I just, like how many fingers I got at 5. If I don't use them all, so be it. But I would try to come up with 5 different melodies, rhythms, that type of stuff. And the first verse might use 2 of those. The first verse might have 2 sections, the first part using one, the second part using another, who knows. But in the end, say I use 3, one for the verse, chorus, and bridge. I might use one of those for the intro, one for the outro. Or when we get to the chorus at the end, the last chorus, I might layer one of those on top of the other in the chorus. Like there's a bunch of options that I end up having because I have these and I might not use them all. But if you're a musician and you have, okay, we've got Lily, Natasha, and Dre. Those 3, if those 3 are coming up with melodies, if each one of those come up with one that's 3, and if they came up with 2 apiece, that just, like if Natasha came up with 2 melodies or a rhythm and a rhythmic thing and a melody, and Lily did the same and Dre did the same, that's 6. You have plenty to play with and they're not even stressing it because the load is split. And if, say, Dre had a little bit of trouble doing the melody, Natasha might come in and help develop his melody. And now he's all in, everybody's all in, we've got 6 melodies. And then you learn from that, we can take a melody, take a piece of it, and make another melody. So we've got 6 melodies that we can take pieces of to make other melodies. You should be able to, once you get good at melody, you should be able to have a whole bunch of melodies instead of doing like what we were doing, which is get stuck to where I have 1 or 2 melodies and I think that's it. Nah, musically you can have a whole bunch of stuff and do music and have all these changes.
So I wanted to go back, you mentioned like, okay, so you want to learn these rhythms. So I'm curious as to, Maat, how do you integrate these guys? You hear them rapping and you're not bored with it and you're listening to it over and over again. How do you integrate that and make it part of yourself?
How do I integrate the cadences?
Yeah, kind of how they do things.
So, well, number one, there's a bunch of examples out there. Tech 9, Michael Jackson, E40. Okay, so take a Dr. Dre beat. I might tell a rapper, do that beat with your vocal. And if we take a Dr. Dre beat and it's grooving us, and the person does that beat with their vocal, and I record that, and they're on doing it good. When I press play and it's just them, no matter what they're saying, if they've got that rhythmic feel, we're bouncing our head, bobbing our head, just like we did to the Dr. Dre beat. And after a while, after doing the action, there's talking, writing, and doing the action. When you do the action, like when you have us clap, when you do the action, it actually gets ingrained in your body. And you do the action on a bunch of stuff, a bunch of different cadences. But back to that Dr. Dre thing real quick. When you turn that Dr. Dre thing into words, it's actually music, but now you turn it into words, and somebody can build music around that, and it's just this musical thing where they're bobbing to your rap, and people are like, man, when I don't know what's happening, but when David raps, I'm bobbing my head to his rap. Yeah. And then you need to learn multiple cadences, multiple melody types. Example, listen to a saxophone, get a saxophone. They have albums out there, it's just saxophone. Mimic the saxophone. Do everything the saxophone is doing over and over and over, and then create it yourself. And by doing this, you get it into your body. And you do it, and do it like the trumpet. You do that. You do a violin. When you're doing this, you can then go in and do a background vocal that's a violin vocal. You can do like Earth, Wind, and Fire. Ba-de-da, da-de-da, da-de-da-de-da-de-da. That's a trumpet type thing. That's a horn, whatever horn that is, that's a horn type vocal. And we jam to it. Every time it comes on, we jam to that. It is music, and it's from an instrument. So you can have a musician come in. Everybody says don't fill up the music where there's a whole bunch of stuff. I say do it, because if you do it and I come in, I'm going to start replacing some of that stuff with vocal. So if I hear a saxophone vocal and there's a singer right there, hey singer, this saxophone is your vocal melody, right to that, and we're going to mute that sax and put your vocal in there. And then it just works.
Well, you may have heard that that's how Frank Sinatra got his style, was from saxophonists.
I knew that, no, but that would fit Billie Holiday and the President. Her melody was the President's stuff, how he did it. Yeah, so that fits.
Well, what I learned as a singer, I'll bring this out for singers. So most of the time what will happen is we'll put on a record that we decide that we're going to cover for a gig or whatever. Maybe we're going to do a wedding or whatever, or maybe we just want to learn the song. So we'll click play, and then we'll just, maybe we'll write the words down, or now with the internet, we'll just get them off the internet, and then we'll just start singing along with the singer. And after we've done it a few times, we say, okay, I got that. Well, here's the problem I found out as a singer. You didn't get it.
Yeah.
When you asked me about 16th notes, for instance, you cannot predict a great artist by quantizing. You cannot say they're going to come in on a 32nd. You may have to isolate it down to a 128th.
Yeah.
But why?
Yeah.
Here's the thing I found out. I decided, okay, I'm going to slow a singer down. Now we've got the technology, it's very easy now. I'm going to slow the singer down, I'm going to put them in my key, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take one section. So let's say the phrase is Adele. Hello, it's me. Okay, that's it. Stop. Okay, loop. Listen, 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 listen. Because you're not going to figure out, you might, but in general, you're not going to figure out when she came in by beat. Or how hello trailed off and how long it took. But after you hear it over and over and over again, you start to go, oh, that's very interesting. I didn't pick up on that. Now, here's the kicker. Now, sing along with her in unison. Can you match the unison? If you can't match the unison, you don't know how she's doing. You can intellectualize it all you want, but in my belief, you will never know how Adele does a phrase unless you have mastered it along with her in perfect unison. Now, then Then what she does to you, then you go later in the song and she does the same lyrics again. And the first time, just paraphrasing, let's say it was, hello, it's me. But then later on it's, hello, it's me. Okay, now you got a whole new thing you got to learn.
Yeah.
Same words. If you look at the sheet music, it says it's the same notes, but it ain't. Now, people sometimes react and say, well, I want to be an artist, Brad, though I don't want to be a coverer. Well, where are you going to get your craft? You got to get a toolbox. And that's what I hope I would bring to you if I was a singer and we were going to do a production thing. I would hope I would bring that toolbox to you through me so that I could feel, you know, when we improvised earlier, I have no idea what I sang. You know, you and Dre recorded it, but I don't know what it was.
You asked earlier where would we find somebody if we were talking about us type thing. Yeah, that would be us, where we would actually bring that to the table, to where yeah.
It's fantastic. I just get more and more excited about it all the time. David, you're part of the 21st century, and my hat's off to you.
And when
all this stuff is just fantastic.
when
My teaching has gone through the roof. Sorry.
like when you're talking about the singer and the different sections, the song actually travels. There's a book, The Addiction Formula by Addiction Formula by Friedman Find the Same something German. And it's good because what it talks about is the energy. Like if you go and listen to Teddy Pendergrass, Turn Off the Lights, you'll see him going up and down, and it's very, like, it's a good example of the get it on, you know, the changes, but and saying that you might say that, yeah, he might say the same thing, but it's all different. And so if you could imagine when the song first starts, when we talk about energy levels and stuff, you might start off as first thing in the morning. It's like your day. First thing in the morning, you're waking up, and you say hello to everybody, and you're like, hey, good morning, blah, blah, blah. Then you get to the office, and, hey, good morning. And then at night, hey, yeah, how you doing? Yeah, good. Like, it's all different. Even though even if you say the same thing, there's different fields. And that's what has to happen in the songs. That's part of what happens in the song where you can keep people from being bored. It's the same, but it is not the same. It's saying the same stuff. Oh, yeah, those are the same notes, but it's not the same stuff. And so for rappers, if you want to check timing of whether somebody's absolutely on, go listen to Mace when he's, say, with Total, like on his hits, and try to figure out, is he like an 8th note or 16th note or 32nd note before the downbeat, or is he after the downbeat? Is he on? Like you'll if you pay attention, and then you go listen to somebody else, you'll start catching that Mace is doing something. There's a feel with his it's not on the beat, and it's clearly it's a soul thing, and you have to listen and get the feel, and then try to reproduce this stuff. Who else? Tech Nine. If you go and listen to Tech Nine and all that fast stuff he's doing, like what Eminem does, Tech Nine for years he's this emotional thing who has a huge following. They love him. He'll talk about some crazy stuff sometimes, but if you listen to Tech Nine and check out his rhythmic stuff and try to catch what he's doing, you might not be able to rap that fast. Who cares? That's not the point. Try to understand what's going on and look at the different sections of the song. So if you think rap is just a simple thing, no, you'll start catching when there's these rap songs where people are connected forever, like Too Short. I would listen to 9-minute Too Short songs and never caught that it was 6 or 9 minutes long. And why? Like, there's live musicians on that music doing stuff that even if they tried to do the exact same thing, they didn't, and they're feeling what he's saying, so they're playing off of him, and it just starts, it's this push-pull changing thing.
You know, a young man brought an Eminem song to me to work on, and it was that fastest thing he got the Guinness World Book of Records on, the fastest rap. And you know, of course, he didn't know how to learn that. It was going by too fast. So the same thing musicians will do. They'll say, wait a minute, slow it down.
Yep.
You know, so we did that. We slowed Eminem down. And then we did, 30, 50% sometimes. And that's a lot when you hear it. But the nice thing about new technology is you don't have to do tempo changes. So you can do the tempo change without changing the pitch. So anyway, so he got it together, and then we slowly sped it up. We ended up going 5% faster. And I challenged him. I said, look, do your own thing, and let's go to the Guinness World Book of Records and see what we can do. He laughed that off, but you can get it. And musicians have known how to do this for centuries, and I used to do it with guitar licks all the time. I imitated every little thing I could find, but of course we couldn't slow things down, so we did our best we could. But this is the way you got to do it, singers. If you think I had some guy come on and said, "Oh yeah, I understand what you're talking about, Ed Sheeran," and I'm singing here Ed Sheeran's song, and I was on American Idol, and he played the thing for me, and I said, you don't get it at all.
So
Ed Sheeran or
like a lot of the fast stuff, you cannot understand what's being said. Like Twista, when he first came out with that video with the tongue going, and it's years ago, and he was just, I did not understand what Twista was saying, but that rhythm he was doing, the rhythms he was doing was entertaining. Like African drums, when they're doing all this fast rhythm stuff, the rhythm of it was entertaining. And then I made a game of trying to catch what he was saying, but without even understanding the rhythm of it. Like when you play fast hi-hats, like a drum line, they go, I can't understand the individual hits, but the sound of that rhythm playing is infectious, and that's part of what it is when they rap fast. Like when Eminem did Rap God, Tech Nine had a song a long time ago, I think it was Money something on a soundtrack. It was Ice Cube and then Tech Nine, and I was like, no way is Tech Nine gonna be around Ice Cube and do any good. And man, Tech Nine came on, and I did not know who Tech Nine was. That was my introduction. I didn't know what he was saying on a bunch of that stuff, but I was caught up into it because of the funky dope rhythm. And it's not about understanding everything people say all the time in songs, because like when a saxophone plays, you don't understand the words of a saxophone as far as hello, unless it was a song that they're covering. That there's a feeling that the saxophone plays with, and you understand it. It gets to your soul it's beyond words. So even mumble rap, if people put down mumble rap, what I would say to the mumble rappers is get good at making people feel something.
Yep. Because they don't get the words because you're mumbling.
Yeah. When I was in the Navy and I went to the Philippines, I was in the Philippines and then Panama. Okay, so I'm in Panama, Snoop Dogg comes on, they're rapping his words. When I say hello, buenos dias. No English, but they were rapping these words. Did not understand what he was saying, but they were repeating them. So music, it's not just the United States, it's not English, not just English. Mumble rap, if people in Japan might hear mumble rap, and it's no different than hearing English words, it's either entertaining or it's not.
Universal language.
Yeah, it's music. And music can penetrate you, words or no words. So if somebody's going to do mumble rap, I'd say just get good at it. Make it to where people are feeling it.
So proud of you, bro. There's a time that Maat would have said I was his mentor, and sometimes he still gives me that credit.
You are.
This man has gone. If there was anybody, if I decided, okay, I'm going to go do a record, I would, with all of what I think I have as knowledge about all this emotional stuff. And by the way, there's two different uses of feel we brought up today. One is the emotion, and the other is just the feel of the rhythm, the feel of the music, how the line works. And so musicians quite often say, well, I get feel by playing over and over and over again. And that's true. That's a different kind of feel than emotional feel. So, but anyway, I'd hire Maat to do my vocals. I would not even consider trying to do it myself. Just be a joke.
You know what's interesting about songwriting? You can listen to somebody cry, like literally crying on, if somebody was in the booth and they were singing and they just got emotional and we left out and they were singing and they just started crying and everybody was gone and we came back and pressed play. That crying and whining that they were doing, it'll penetrate you. No words, just like if their mother just died and we captured that on the phone, on the recording, and they're like, you put that in the background in the recording and it would be moving people. It's not the words, there's an emotion in that sound. And if we can get that mixed with the words, like you start stacking things, the music that's supporting it supports that, the emotion, the emotional performance, the words, you start stacking the deck, you can overwhelm people and get people lost into it. And you try to minimize the stuff that would distract and take you out of that.
The fellow that we did the podcast, Steve Fansler, I liked what he said, was just very similar to what you were saying, is the singer is the glue that we musicians stick to, and that makes a great product. If we try to pull away and do our own thing, nah, it's not good.
Now it's going to be interesting for me to hear what everybody says about the Suno and Udio stuff, the stuff that's out there for songwriting for AI, and I'm interested in actually how people are using it, because what we're doing is we're actually writing the lyrics and programming this stuff to do what we want it to do. We'll give it a melody, we'll give it the words, might even give it the music and have it recreate the music that we're actually doing. But what I find is I've played songs for singers, and some of the singers, it bothered them that they would first say this stuff will have no feel and no soul, and then next thing you know, it's a problem because it's beating them emotionally, beating them at singing. Like, some of this AI will emotionally beat some of the singers, and the interpretation that it does, if you're not humble and you're not willing to learn, you're gonna miss the boat, is what it really, the way I look at it. Because you might sing it this way and that's all you can see, but you get in here with Suno and have it sing it different ways, different styles. What we found is it's like, oh, when it's saying this way, I feel this, and ooh, this word is extended and sang angrily. Now it's extended and it's saying sad. And now, like, it's different feels, different stuff. You can use this stuff to learn and clue you in on how you can do your performance. But it really became a problem I saw with artists, where if the Suno singer beat the artist at singing, I was happy about it when I saw it, because it informed the singer, look, you got to get on your craft. It's not that you might not necessarily be able to beat this, you got to go to work. Like when the mastering AI or online mastering or whatever came out, my attitude was, okay, not all mastering is the greatest, not all mastering engineers do the same stuff. If somebody goes to use it, the human needs to beat that.
Yeah.
Emotionally, if you can't beat it, what are you complaining about? Step your game up. And that's how I look at it.
Some of the singers that I've listened to, not all of them, and I'm not by claiming I've heard a whole lot of this, but some of the singers are missing some overtones in their voices that great singers have.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the AI singers, they just not there. And whether that, I know basically they're just putting together samples, so I don't know how much of it's the sample that's missing it, or how much of it they programmed out of it, you know, I don't know. But, and I've heard other cover singers as well. There's a karaoke company called Carafun, and the singers I heard do a pretty good job of imitating Stevie Wonder or Whitney Houston or whatever, but there's a body to the tone that is not there, and I can explain it technically, but I think it's a lot to do with emotion as well. Without the emotion, you lose the tone. I could make them create it mechanically, but it still won't solve the problem.
And so if somebody goes to sing a Stevie Wonder song, and like you're comparing yourself to an elite person surrounded with an elite environment, and you put yourself up against that, if you got to be humble, because it's humbling. You're comparing yourself to something that's elite with elites, a whole elite thing, but you definitely you shoot for it. But in the end, if you're going to put that out for people to listen to, we've already heard Stevie. We want to connect with you. So it's learning the ability to bring yourself to it and make us feel it. So everybody on this Zoom, when they go to talk, they're bringing themselves. And I'm not expecting David to sound like Stevie Wonder or imitate Stevie Wonder. If he does, it's going to seem fake. But if David gets mad at me and be like, "What you talking about, Maat?" He gonna do it a David way, and he's gonna make me feel that, you know. And that's what it is. You make people feel. You bring you to the table, and you make people feel you and feel what you're saying. Same words, but what are you saying? Like there's a song I wrote called "Daughters and Nieces," and it says, "Don't you ever touch my daughter, fool, please. You trying to get killed or something, messing with me?" So if David were to say that, he can't say that as me. If he has a daughter, he has to look at his daughter and be like, "Hey, man," and say it the David way. And if Lily's gonna say it, she can't sound like me and David. She got to bring mama to the table and make us feel that. Don't you ever touch my daughter? You trying to get killed or something? You know?
And the beauty is if you feel it, we'll feel it.
Yeah, if you mean it.
It's almost, well, that's what I mean, because if you don't mean it, we're not going to feel it, right?
Yeah.
So it's as concrete. You know, musical theorists, they like to find concrete stuff about Bach, and they like to find, you know, if you feel it, I'll feel it is as concrete as if the drummer hits the beat on one and the saxophone hits the beat on one, we're going to have a unison in rhythm. It's going to be that concrete.
If that drummer starts playing and that drummer gets mad and starts playing like he's mad, you look back and be like, "Man, you all right?" Because you feel that. And so you do stuff with intention and emotion and really get into it. Like, we've had stuff where people will be singing and it's like that song, "Play That Funky Music, White Boy." There comes a point where they say, "Hold on now." In that song, it's that type of thing.
We used to do that song in the nightclub. That was us, bunch of white boys.
Yeah, there comes a moment in that song was like, hey, play that funky music, white boy. Like it hits. And when you get that connection, you don't have to be Whitney Houston for that connection. You don't have to be Tech Nine for that connection. If you get that connection and you're into it, man, your pitch could be off. Maybe pitch needs to be off. Yep, when you tell somebody, "I'm finna grab you by your neck and do this, man."
Prove that over and over again.
Yeah. Maybe
so we probably should open up the Q&A, but since you're the star here, Maya, do you want any closing words before we open it up?
Yeah, throw me under the bus anytime. Because
he's my man.
When you really do something, you don't fear being thrown under the bus. We get all into this music and people like get so fearful. Coming from where I come from, Fresno, 93706, West Coast, West Side, Fresno, the problems that are there's real problems. A song, the pitch is wrong, huh? Or being in the Navy when a plane is 250 miles away and you're worried about it getting up to 250. Like we can't let it get 250 miles away from us. When you there's real issues that we would have. When I come from that type of reference, so when we say song, I'm actually able to smile in life. My biggest problem is the singer was off pitch. You know, the singer's time. I can fix timing. I can fix pitch. Okay, record it again. Like it's not that serious compared to stuff that's really going on.
I've talked about it earlier, so I won't repeat myself too much, but I have to blame a lot of the teachers for this, their students being this way. And then even people who've never had lessons, they absorb it through osmosis. Got to be right, you know. Got to be right. Perfect ain't perfect. Corey Jacobs.
So yep, let's open it up and
okay,
y'all hit us with
everyone,
it.
give us a moment. We will be silent for just a moment as we're switching over from our beloved FarPlay to our Zoom audio. But we will be right back. Hold on just a second.
Okay, all of the people on FarPlay are going to press the leave button in FarPlay.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see, did I leave?
I'm here.
Hello?
Okay, you got me, guys?
I
I'm
hear
here.
you,
Yep.
yes. I
Okay,
think we all hear
Natasha,
each
would you
other.
give us
Okay.
a... Can we hear you, Natasha? You say hello?
Hi.
Okay, we got it. All right, thank you. You know, I was going to say, David, will you help Natasha? She has, in her Zoom setting, she's got something where her voice cuts out a lot. She's got, I think it's got heavy,
Signal processing.
yeah.
Okay. So that's easier to fix if we can use headphones. Do you by any chance, Natasha, have headphones nearby that you can
I
use?
do,
Okay.
but I don't have my interface.
It's okay.
Like I have my, but I don't have my Apollo like connected.
Okay. But even if we just get the headphones on, we'll be able to fix it quite a bit. So if we can connect plug the headphones directly into the computer.
Okay. Um, which one? Yeah, I don't think I have a connect for this.
On the
I think this is.
computer, there should be one that
Oh
fits.
right.
Uh,
Yeah. Okay.
one of the small ones that has a couple dark rings. Um, it may be either expecting 3 bands or 2.
I mean, I don't mind it cutting
Yeah.
out.
Well,
I
we
don't.
do because we're like, what'd you say? What, we're trying to answer your questions and we're like, huh? What was that?
So basically, this doesn't like um yeah, when I'm using them on my like when I'm doing recording stuff, yeah, I don't know. I haven't used them in a while, basically. So they might this might not work. Hold on, let me see.
We
Let me
could
try
put
and
one
stop.
ear off and one ear on.
Hold on, let me see if it'll. Yeah, I don't have the connector here. Sorry.
Okay.
I
Um,
only have I don't have it.
it sounds like there's probably just extremely heavy noise reduction. So we may
Wait,
be able to. Hmm?
wait, this might work. And see how much I use these. Right. I don't think that's right.
Okay. We
Usually
can
I
try reducing the strength of the noise reduction, and hopefully we will not get an echo. Okay.
what do I do? How do I do that?
S- In the Zoom window, look at the bottom left corner where there is an icon of a microphone. It says audio.
Yeah.
Okay. Right next to that icon, there's a little tiny upwards caret triangle looking thing. Click that,
Yeah.
and then a menu should appear. And go to the bottom of that very menu and hit audio settings. Okay.
Okay.
Now we are in the audio settings. There's things like speaker, test speaker, output level, output volume, blah, 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 blah. Okay. There's also a section called audio profile. Okay. Now I'm not sure exactly what this looks like on your screen, but underneath audio, let's see. Underneath audio profile, do you see a section that says Zoom background noise removal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Is that what is selected right now? Zoom
no,
background.
so a past vocal coach, he told me to select original sound for musicians. So should I put it on the Zoom
Oh,
background?
okay. So,
It's already better.
uh, okay. What is it now?
I put it on the Zoom background noise removal.
Okay. Now there are 4 different settings inside there, possibly auto, low, medium, and high. Which one is it on right now? Okay. Can you change it to low?
Yeah.
Okay. Now can you close out the settings? And then I hear it did seem to take effect because I hear a little bit more of the ambient electric or ventilation noise, which is a good sign. Can you
Yeah.
say hello?
Hi, hello.
Okay, it's slightly clearer. I think it'll still cut out every now and then. A lot of it is just signal processing. Can you say a sentence? Hello, my name is Natasha.
Hello, my name is Natasha. I'm so happy to be here.
Okay. Yes. That is close to roughly what I would expect to be able to get. Uh, because we don't have headphones, and if we don't have headphones and we actually turn on original sound for musicians, we will hear that horrible echo noise. Um, One more question, Natasha, are you using a Mac or a Windows computer?
Mac.
Okay. Probably. Oh, in that case, do this for me. Up at the top of the real, like the full screen, the actual computer screen, not just the Zoom computer screen. Next to the clock or next to the date, do you see the control center? It looks like two toggle switches. Uh, okay, and when you click
Yes,
on it, it has a bunch of little system settings inside it. When you click on it, it will say things like video effects or mic mode or things like that, or Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, AirDrop.
yeah.
Okay, so can you click on the phrase mic mode? Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
I don't have that.
Oh no. Let me try again. So like when you click the control center, do you see things like do not disturb or focus, display, sound, Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall I read it
And
out? So stage manager, screen monitoring, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, AirDrop, display, sound. That's it.
okay, there's nothing that says mic mode.
No, but I
Okay.
can look on. Hold
Uh,
on, like,
it cut out at the beginning. At the very top, before it says things like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, AirDrop, does it say like Zoom.us anywhere on this panel?
yes, it does. But yeah, Logic Pro, Zoom, dot use. Should I click on it?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
I
oh,
found it.
actually, oh,
So it's saying camera and microphone for Zoom US, Logic Pro microphone. So shall I click on the camera and microphone for Zoom US?
let me see. Sorry,
But it's not.
could you say that again? I lost part of the sentence.
On the thing, the bit that you told me to click on, if I click
Yeah.
on, like, I've got a thing that says like Logic Pro Zoom US, so I've just clicked on it. But there isn't any option for me to click
Oh, you're
anything.
right. Okay, yes, that's a privacy thing. That's not what I was looking for. Okay, it may be that you don't have a mic mode setting. And if not, then there's nothing there to fix. Okay, then this may be close to the quality of the sound that we can get as long as a set of headphones is not plugged in. Once we plug in a set of headphones, then we can actually use original sound and then you make it much clearer. But
Yeah, I think
since, yeah.
I can just log into Farpo or like whatever, or just set it up however you want me to set it up for next time.
Okay, yes. As long as we do not have a physical connector for the to plug in the headphones right now, this might be the cleanest that we can get the audio right now, so we can use this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, David. And this, by the way, if any of you who decide to use FirePlay and you need technical assistance, this is what you can expect the quality to be. It's unbelievable how much he knows. Okay, let's let Natasha ask a question later, just because she kind of got the star role there for a moment. Anyway, anyone like to ask a question of Maat?
And real quick, before you guys ask a question, I want to say this. So there's a songwriting technique called writing to the title. And I want you guys, whoever's watching this video, when y'all go to Brad's stuff, I want you guys to get some value out of this to where you can use a technique immediately. So embedded in Brad's thing is a songwriting technique.
All right.
This is one of the writing to the title techniques. So first, I'm going to tell you, go look at the lyrics of Etta James. I'd rather go blind, and all I could do was cry. So write that down. Etta James, all I could do was cry, and I'd rather go blind. So you take the title and then read a sentence, read the first sentence of the first verse, and then read the title. Read the second sentence of the first verse, read the title. You will start seeing how that song is crafted. Every sentence, you could, after the first sentence, you could read the title. Like if it says, you walked away from me, and if the title is all I could do is cry, you walked away from me, all I could do was cry. You took our children, all I could do was cry. It's that type of thing. So you have the title, and the title becomes the hook, but every sentence, the title could be repeated after. That's one of the techniques. I want you guys to just go study that and then try that technique, see what happens. You can do it for the whole song. You might just use it for a bridge. You might just use it for the verses or whatever. Check out that technique and you'll understand how they wrote, how you can craft a song like that. And songs to study would be Whiskey Lullaby by Brad Paisley, Neither One of Us by Gladys Knight and the Pips. This is not that type of song, but study these lyrics and see what they're doing. You're going to miss this by Trace Atkins, She Let Herself Go. Watch what that song does in the end. That's by George Strait. Then Marry Me by Thomas Rhett. Check out how these people really care about their lyrics and what they're doing. There's called Hello Walls by Farron, Faron. Check out that. And then Wait in the Truck is a country song that just came out a couple of years ago that won whatever. I don't care about the awards, but it connected to people. Check out that song, Wait in the Truck. Listen to it, visualize it, then go watch the video. And just check out these songs and see if you're putting that kind of effort that these songs have into your songs. If not, it's a reference point where you can step things up. And then listen to what Michael Jackson and others are doing rhythmically, to where even if they're not making sense, they catch you. Try to catch that stuff. Anyway, that's it.
Excellent.
So, who has a question?
Come on. Hey,
You
Lily.
bet. Oh,
Hey,
Did you
Lily.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. No, I think for me, it's more of self-reflection because before I jumped onto this podcast, my daughter and I were working on the piano and she was playing basically the My Heart Will Go On. And her teacher basically said to improvise on the harmony. And so I'm telling her that, hey, you need to be on beat, right? And she goes, I do not like this. She goes, it's not good. This is terrible. And here we are together arguing with each other because she's like, I don't want to be on beat. It doesn't sound good. And she goes, this is how I want it to sound like. And so for me, I'm just struggling because for her learning classical music, she's got to learn her beats. She needs to know the 16th, was it the 16th, 1E and a 2E and a, right? And I'm telling her in the Celine Dion on the lead sheets, you should be counting like that. And she goes, no, I don't want to count like that. And she just wants to do it the way she feels like she wants to do it.
What
And
happens? Well, what happens when she does what she wants to do? What's the feel? What actually happens?
she is just like, you'll see her eyes, she closes it, and it's like, the song is like, okay, this is a little bit too slow, honey, or this is a little too fast, but she just does it the way she feels like it should sound like, right? But it's just funny, like I'm jumping onto this, and then, she's like, I don't want to do what you're saying. It's not those beats. And I'm like, maybe it's just self-reflection on me. Because, her piano teacher is like, you gotta, make sure you're on beat, let's count. And so I try to make her count, but then she's like, I can't play and count. I don't like that. And so she always hates the metronome. She hates all of that stuff. And she goes, just let me play the way I want it. So it's just, it's difficult.
Some stuff takes a while to get it ingrained in you, and some stuff, like if my children were wanting to do music and they didn't want to learn the hard way, I would record them. Me personally, I'd end up recording them. Take the time. I'd consider it an investment, and record them doing their stuff. Eventually, I'd play it and compare it to something that's out that they like and see, and say, hey, do you see that there's a difference between what you're doing and what they're doing, if there is? and then we start working towards that. But it sounds like she's just in the enjoyment stage, and the reality is the enjoyment could be taken away from her by forcing her to do the music and be on the beat. That she might lose all the enjoyment. I can tell you, my wife, I had her learning this technical stuff, and she was mad at me for about 2 years
Okay.
because all the songs that she enjoyed, she could no longer enjoy them because she was picking them apart and catching the stuff that they were doing in these songs that is just supposedly a no. And she was hearing songs all kind of different ways. She was hearing all this stuff, and it took about 2 years for her to get to where she could listen to music and enjoy it again. This is a grown woman. She was mad at me.
Yeah. No, I saw
So
my daughter getting really upset at that point, and I was like, okay, I need to step back. It's just, trying to help her, improve musically, but sometimes it's just like, okay, maybe I should just step back. And this is like new for me, right? I don't know anything about music. I'm not musical at all. I don't do any of this stuff. So it's just trying to train her is just absolutely difficult. But
I
for me, I'm like, it doesn't sound that great, honey. But then I don't want to discourage her.
she doesn't have to sound like Whitney Houston yet. She
She's not.
play is a wonderful way to learn. Play.
Hmm.
So if she's playing, like having fun doing it, I'd say let her have fun doing it and take it like little raindrop, little pebbles, like get her to do something small on the technical side and really let her play a lot. And as she plays and gets into it more, she might come to you trying to do more technical stuff because she's gotten into it and is enjoying it so much. That's the real thing. Instead of you pushing and getting it to where she's enjoying it so much, she's trying to improve technically.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what you really want.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I just struggle. I just like to tell Brad that I struggle with this every single day. Coming from a family
Yeah,
who's not musical at all.
it's interesting between the three of us because, see, she has a piano classical teacher, and he's trying to teach her competition style piano. In other words, she's not going to get the grade. She's not going to win the contest unless she's like, understands those sixteenths and knows how to play them. I took a theory class in college and I failed miserably because I could not understand what those rhythms were they were trying to get me to do. They were too strict and I didn't, it was just so far out of my world, But that's okay. But so Lily's stuck in the middle, and I think that's why she's reaching out, which I think is terrific because you're getting both sides of the fence here, Lily, and now you're getting a third.
I know. I know. And part of me is just like, can I not be involved at all? But I love I love her and I want her to do things that she loves, but I'm here to support her and assist her where I can. But sometimes I feel like I'm approaching it the wrong way, right? So, but that was just a comment, to be honest. It was just funny how we were arguing about it before I came on a little bit late because we were arguing about her playing the Titanic song. And then I hear you guys say these things, just let, like, you could sometimes, you gotta just let the person do what they need to do, whether it's, when they're singing and they're having their emotions, right? Let them
Yep.
just do. And so part of me was like, okay, maybe I should self-reflect and not push and say, hey, this is all wrong.
People end up at the same destination with going different routes. And
Um,
she might be the artist who never conforms to that stuff. That might not be what she feels and operates at. Maybe that'll change. But there's a beautiful thing about her wanting to sing and just get into it. Me personally, I'd be pushing her to do that. She can sound crazy and all kinds of stuff. I'd be having my daughter just enjoying herself. And as my daughter does that, I know that over time my daughter would get good. Like you can just incrementally nudge and do things like to where the person gets good.
yeah,
So
I
the
appreciate it
reason,
though.
no, this is great, Lily, and it emphasizes the reason that I've decided to call this a Radical Vocal Coach podcast. First of all, it started off with me calling myself a radical vocal coach because many people would think, oh, voice teacher or vocal coach, I'm going to be more like her piano teacher. And one of the reasons I'm bringing Maat and all these people into here is because no, this is actually the real world. This other stuff going on out there, I mean, it's great and it's traditional and there's no reason to hate it by any means. I mean, it's a different way of looking at things, a different way of life. That's fine. We're not here to put down anybody. We're just here to express our particular way of looking at things. And, I notice people come and go off the podcast because I don't know if they're not interested or they got what they needed and they left, or who knows what's going on. But and people listening to the podcast, the pre-recorded versions and so forth, and it's just a communication. So I would just say, Lily, just enjoy the knowledge.
That's what I am. I'm just taking it in. It's really all new to me.
Fighting with your daughter, that's a whole other story. But
Like I
There's a
said,
lot
she's
of
not.
there's a lot of excellent people who never had that type of training, and they were excellent, like blues singers. They were just doing stuff by feel, and they worked it out. They were doing what they love, and they created what we call genres of music. There was no blues school, like what that person is teaching. You learn it from a relative. You just do it by feel. She might have music in her that ends up blowing your mind as time goes on.
We'll see. We'll see.
The
Yeah,
start is not the destination.
correct, correct. But
So
but Brad's been helping her, so I see a lot of difference in her, and she's just gonna do her own thing. She's pretty stubborn in that field.
so was Prince.
Okay. So yeah, we'll see how
so
she
was
goes in another
Brad.
10 years. Hmm?
See, so was Brad. And
Yes, so was Brad. You're gonna tell me
me.
when I was 13 years old what music I was gonna play. Forget that.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Ashley just came back, and Dre the Most looks like he's in the theater thing, doing his thing.
Let me jump as a host. So Ashley, this is Q&A, so please feel free to ask questions to my aunt.
What's cracking, Dre?
Over here at rehearsal, getting ready for these shows. Ooh, y'all want to see my playback session? Check me out. Ooh, my whole playback session is crazy.
Now, if we only knew what the hell that meant.
Where are you at, Dre?
I'm in Fresno right now.
Yeah, but where?
I'm at Fresno High.
That's the auditorium, I take it.
Yeah, and then our first is Fresno on the 25th. We're doing it at Roosevelt.
Okay, you sounded like a computer. It sounded like
You gotta
something
come check it
vocals.
out, man.
What?
You said
Repeat what you
what?
just said. Repeat what you just said.
I said we got our first show is the 25th. It's gonna be at Roosevelt.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's at 3:30. Just come by. It's gonna be crazy. But yeah, I was up all night and all freaking morning building this freaking playback session. It's freaking crazy.
The
Got me doing
glamorous
all
life
type of
of an
shit.
engineer.
Well, got me doing all type of shit.
So, does anybody have a question?
I do.
Go ahead.
Um, okay, so basically, I actually had a question. Sorry, in a thunderstorm, so if you can't hear me, then
I hear
tell
you.
me to repeat. Okay. So I actually had a question about syncopation. So I think you mentioned earlier, like the shuffle thing, where 50 Cent did, where he was like 16th note behind. So I was looking at this thing a few days ago that was like syncopation, but so my understanding of syncopation before was that it was just like, I don't know, the third beat of the bar, and it would be like that. However, then I saw something recently that was actually you can change the accents all over the place. I think it came up on my Instagram, and I was
Yes.
like, oh, okay. So is that what you meant? Is that what you were
Yes.
talking about? Where
Yes.
basically the accents are just.
Yes.
So then would it be fair to say then that maybe when you're singing or making a melody or making a song, just don't look at the bars? Because if it's going to be random anyway, why bother looking at the bars?
Well, what it is there's a feel thing, is what it is. Feel. It's communication and feel. So when you're singing, number one, get to know your song, like know your song backwards and forwards, and then you play with it and try to create magic. Sometimes it's a mistake that you'll make on the wrong bar and it sounds wonderful. Now me and Dre might get in there and move it to somewhere, or we might leave it, but we need that performance. But if you're sitting there watching the bar, you're not actually into it. You get into it and do and create this feel where you're performing and feeling. We can always move you and do whatever we need to with you, but that feeling, you have to create that feel. Now, if you're live or whatever,
Yes.
and there's live musicians, they have to react to you. They'll sit there and you'll do something crazy and they'll just react to you. It's a conversation.
Yeah, I thought so. And then the other question I had was, so you mentioned about the like tastemakers that you can get people in and they're, tastemakers. So what do you do when you've got an artist that is like super opinionated about herself being a tastemaker? So like has a really, really specific, like, specific thing that she likes. So how do you, as producers, deal with that when an artist is just like so like has a certain thing that they have in their head? Like,
Okay.
how do you deal with that?
Number one, disclaimer, I'm known for wanting to choke artists. So start off with that. So, okay, we're in a session. It's me, Dre the Most, and these rappers. I forced this rapper to do a certain set of things, and he came out the booth feeling like he was fighting me the whole time. He came out the booth sounding like a superhero when he listened to himself, and he's like, yeah, that's how we do it. And I'm like, hey, man, I just fought you for 30 minutes on this. What are you talking about? So then Dre the Most did the next person, and the way Dre handled it was, okay, what else you want? All right, what else you want? Dre let him do. Dre was not finna sit there and argue with that person. But when it's done, you press play and you see what it is. And a super opinion, like say you're super opinionated, when we press play for people, how do they react? Do they like it? Do they not? And then it comes down to, if you're paying me, I'm doing a job. You're paying me. And if you want to do your super opinionated thing and nobody's feeling it, I've got my money, we move on. But there's a lot of us, we don't want stuff going out with our name on it and it's crap. Nobody likes it, and we feel and we know it's crap, so we'll give the job to somebody else. It's not all sweet. Like, music is not all sweet and pretty and flowers. If you're not willing to, well, number one, when you go to do something, I let you get out what you want to get out. I let you do it, because who knows what it might be. I could think whatever, and then you do something and it blow my mind. I say, oh. So we let you do whatever. And then let's try it my way. And if you're willing to do that, now we can work. We can do stuff to where you start finding out. It's not ego. It's let's do what you want to do. All right. Now, did you get all that out? All right. Now let's try this and see. And when you have that type of environment, things can come out better. Like you come up with stuff that you didn't have because we're working together. But if you're new and you're just opinionated, you're going to get that new opinionated thing. And if you actually are somebody who, when it works, cool. If it don't, all right.
Yeah, I think I'm of the mindset that you try things and then you get other people to try things, and then you have to do a lot of variations of things. So, like whatever whether it's melody, I think in terms of singing emotionally, I think that's something where you're probably better off letting someone else decide that, because as a singer you can get into your head a lot, and I personally am prone to like be wanting things to sound perfectly, and then therefore sometimes I need to just get out of my head, and it's actually helpful for me to have somebody be like, okay, no, but that moved me, right? But what I mean is like, I don't know, maybe when you're like creating the production for a track, and I think, or anything that's sort of like a creative decision that's not singing, I think for me personally, I think it's good. The way I see it is, I would want to personally try 20 different things. I'd want whoever producer or people in the room, them also to try 20 different things, because I think like you can go into it being like, okay, well, let's try this, but even you are going to have, there's variations in what comes out that when you try things. So that was basically what I was asking, is like, like in a session, do you try loads of different things?
Okay, so there's a thing called pre-production. If you're coming in the studio and it's $100 an hour, $50 an hour, whatever it is an hour, if you want to pay to experiment and do 5,000 different attempts, that costs money, and the engineer will sit there and collect that money. But there's pre-production. Like Brad had this thing where he'd call himself the vocal pre-producer, because he would come in and do pre-work so that when you go into the studio, you just go in and you execute. Before you go in there to start spending that money, if you don't have that kind of budget, you really want to do that stuff before you get into the studio, and whatever it is, you get good at it. There's also you can try so many things, like to where, okay, look, sooner or later a decision has to be made. What are we doing? And once you know what you're doing, you try to achieve that. And when you achieve it, you move on. So what are we doing? We're trying to do a blues track. Hey man, those are rock. You're doing a rock groove. That's nothing to do with blues. See, that's simple. We know what we're trying to do blues. Once you identify what you're trying to do, you simply work to achieve that. If you have an idea and we're working together, let's try it. Let's get this up. I mean, before we go into the studio, let's get this idea out. Let's try it. And you tell me what result you're going for. I listen. We make a judgment on how close you came to that. We can play examples. There should be plenty of examples we can get from the internet or whatever about to that type of thing. And then I say, okay, let's try this and see what happens. And we have to make a judgment call on what got you close to that or whatever. We try to work toward the goal, but we have to know what the goal is that we're trying to do, or else we're just trying a bunch of stuff just to be trying a bunch of stuff. Me personally, I'm not going to sit there with a person and spend like 2 weeks just trying stuff. I need to know what we're doing. Like what is this song about? This song is about the business behind the song. Okay, we start writing lyrics concerning that. We do music with the emotion and attitude that we want to, not just trying anything. You figure out what's the emotional feel and you start going for that specifically. It's like if we're going to go to New York, we know what the destination is. There's multiple routes we can take, but we know we're going to New York. It's that type of thing. And then we have to, we try your ideas, we try mine, or if you're paying and you say, I don't want to try yours, okay. You might be able to pay me enough to where I just do what you want, and that's what happens. Like, okay.
I think it's wise to like, when you do get to the point of working with, like, when it's not just you by yourself and you're working with people, I think it's wise to go in and like, so me at the moment, I've mapped out in my head like 8 songs on an album, what I want them to be like now, and then trying to do as much legwork before you actually end up with other people. So it's kind of like literally slaving away, trying a bunch of different things, letting all whatever downloads are coming into your head, like just get them all down. So then you can be like, okay, now I actually like this one the best out of the 200 that I did. And then go into a session prepared like that. So
yes.
That's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm like,
yes.
is I'm doing all that and getting it ready. Each song specifically, like I know track 1's going to be like this, track 2's going to be like this, track 3 is going to be a rock trance. Like I've already mapped all that out. So, but yeah, that makes sense. And then the other thing that I wanted to ask is, so actually it was Brad. So you mentioned that in AI, when there's like AI singers, it's missing overtones in their voice. What do you mean by overtones? I think it's just a technical, and I don't understand.
Well, it is a little hard to explain. Let me just demonstrate. So, if let's say if it's Stevie Wonder, let me think of one of his tunes. Lately, I have had the strangest feelings. Right. So you hear this guy going, "Lately, I have had the strangest feelings." I may have all the phrasing right. He's got the words right. Of course, he's not actually trying to sound. To go back, those singers are imitation singers because they don't want to. The karaoke doesn't want to pay Stevie Wonder to teach people the songs. It's too expensive. So they hire these guys who are karaoke singers and legend singers. They do shows and things like that, especially here in Vegas. Uh, and so they have all that stick down, but there's kind of high larynx. Lately, so instead of the emotions, even with an average voice, I think I would feel, lately I've had the strangest feelings, compared to lately I've had the strangest feeling. You see, and so a lot of the AI stuff kind of comes out that way to me, and I'm not going to claim I've studied it to any large degree where I'm going to say, well, it's absolutely because they added this effect, or it's absolutely that was the singer that they happened to pull off the internet from somewhere. Who knows how they do that? But I hear that in cover singers a lot. They're just they're missing everything they're missing the most important part of the imitation, and that is what was Whitney feeling when she sang it, or what was Stevie singing when he sang it, and when he wrote it. That's more important than anything. And that's why we do this
You
show.
mean they're not singing? Do you mean they're not singing in chest voice?
No. It has nothing to do. Uh,
All right.
okay, the
What you said.
larynx. Okay, let's just make technical for a moment. Okay, so the larynx, which is the control of singing. I know there's people who believe that it's all about the air, and that's not my background. We do not believe in that. We believe the larynx is an incredibly intelligent instrument, and what is really incredible about the larynx is how intelligent it is at following emotions. So just going back to talking, if I just said, my dog is really getting old and sick, I mean, my larynx did almost 100% of that, what you heard. I mean, there's my tongue, and there's the diction, and there's breath, because if there's there was a crazy woman one time, I'll make a short story out of this, who tried to convince everybody that singing was electromagnetic and the vocal cords did not operate from air. You can laugh, David, yes. The air had nothing to do with the vibration of the vocal cords. Well, that's just ridiculous. Let's get an electromagnet, put it on your neck, and let's see what happens. But anyway, it's silly. But emotions come in. I teach this all the time. Let's say I have technical exercise, like I want you to go, ah, and you're kind of doing it casually. Ah, now I'll go a little higher so I get head voice and chest voice for that question. Ah, now head voice, generally speaking, deserves more emotion than chest voice because most of the emotional words are in head voice. If things are happening naturally, if you're not screaming and yelling and shoving and pushing, which was another thing I wanted to go over. We're off far play now, but Maat and I may talk about it later. But anyway, so I might say to you, listen, for the top note, feel something. Feel something that you mean is a little bit more dramatic, a little bit more like, Brad, I want you to listen to me. Now, automatically, this is going to happen. Oh, how'd that happen? Well, okay, where I could tell you, well, you pushed from your diaphragm, and which is another story. But maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But your emotions control that. You didn't have to go in technically and say, okay, I'm holding my larynx down. And from our perspective of the bel canto, meaning the original Italian school of singing, we find that any intellectual interference with the voice is interference. It creates overdoing. So if I say to my student, I want you to really nail that note, then they're going to go, oh, No, that's not violent. But if you say, wait a minute, this word all has a meaning. My fa. It doesn't matter what it is, head voice, chest voice, has a meaning, and the larynx will follow that if you follow the meaning. And that goes way beyond what my teacher taught me. I know he would agree with it, but he never taught it to me. It was something that he did more technically, and I respect him. He is the best voice teacher in the world, and I'm not going there with that. But does that help? Did I answer the question?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, cool. I don't want to talk forever.
Sorry, I have another question.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit off topic.
Sure.
But so this is I went to this event like a few weeks ago, and I met this guy's doing a music PhD, and he was like, "Oh, I'd love to do my PhD thesis on you." I was like, "Oh, great, yeah, sure. What do you need?" And so he's like, "Oh, but in return, I'd love to make you a plugin." So I'm kind of like, "Well, it's fine. You don't need to make me a plugin. Like, I'll do whatever you want, like as a favor." But he's like, "No, I really want you to make a plugin." So for like for I don't know, Maat or Dradomos, what would you see that this guy is making one now? Like, what would you suggest would be a good plugin? That if you could have a plugin made that it doesn't exist, what would you say would be a good option?
I have no idea what he should make for you. I'm going to actually have plugins made, get with a manufacturer and have plugins made, but I have no idea what to tell you for a plugin to be made specifically for you. I have no clue. I don't even know why he's asking you about making a plugin. I don't get it.
Well, it's more so he just wants to as a gift because I'm spending the time and he's doing his music PhD on me. As a gift, he's like, "I'll make you a plugin. Maybe I should just wait until I've done worked with you guys, and then
Yeah,
maybe then now."
you might want to have a conversation with him and get some more information on that and actually see what he's talking about. Because a plugin could mean there's all kinds of different plugins that somebody can make. Is he talking about a music plugin, like specifically?
Plugin, yeah, like a music plugin.
You could have him create something that you could sing through that does some creative sounds and you be the instrument. I did that with my daughter, Takia. I had her, there's a song, it's a funk track, and there's this mechanical sound in the background that's jamming, and it's her singing with a microphone going through a tone box thingy that changes her voice into this mechanical sound, and she's just having fun in the background, and it's actually part of the background groove. But that, that's just music stuff that we do, to add life to the song.
That sounds cool. I'm trying to think. I had like another question. So this is just blown out of my head.
If you don't have a question, it is not a problem.
Anybody else?
I have a question.
Who said that? Lily?
This Lily, yes.
Go ahead.
So as a producer, so you have writers coming in, songwriters coming in, right? And they write their songs, they have their melody. I don't know who does the melody. The songwriters have a melody and then the producers just takes the melody and goes with it? Or do you guys actually work and say, oh, this melody might not be as good? And, what are the steps and how long does it take for a person to really learn how to write really good melodies rather than just, taking just a couple melodies and keep on using those same ones, right? Do you need music theory? Do you need to understand, or you just need to be musical to know like those notes sounds good together?
You do not have to have music theory. How long will it take to learn? When you were, say, in English class or math class, you notice that everybody learned at their own pace. It was, they do the work, and some people got A's, some people got B's, some people got D's and F's.
Mhm.
It all depends. Who does the melody? Whoever ends up with a good melody. What serves the song? It's not like that. Like if you came in, say you came in with a melody, give me a melody.
I can't give you a melody. I
So
would
so
not
you,
know.
the melody you came up with was "I Can't Give You a Melody." Da, da,
Okay.
da, 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 da. See, we can take that. Bump it. Da, 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 da. I can't give you a melody. We can take that and start playing with it. I don't like what you do to me, and start
Okay.
writing out songs. We can start
Ah,
writing out a song with that. There are people who can, like, some of us come in and we help take something and make it into something.
okay.
Like if you'd have seen Dre the most back in the day working with singers, he'd be like, for sure, go. He'd be doing stuff and have the singers just start doing stuff, and he would guide them. If you were at Motown, you might come in with a little diddly and they turn that into a whole song. It doesn't have to be done by you, all by you. You just, if you come in with an idea, there are people who can help you develop that idea. There are musical people, let's just say, who know how to take a simple, who was it, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, dun 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 dun, that is it, and then they did a whole composition off of that. There's retrograde. Okay, so you can, let me not use that language. You can play a melody forward, play the melody backwards. You can elongate notes, shorten, like you can play dun 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 dun. Saxophones do it. Okay, now the trumpet's gonna do it. You can do a whole bunch of stuff. You can take dun 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 dun, like dun 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 dun, like dun 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 dun. You can take dun 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 dun. Take you can do a whole bunch of stuff with melodies, and people that know how to do that can take what you do and do that type of stuff, do a whole musical thing out of it, and you'll be sitting there like, yeah, I'm bad. I can't look at what we did. But you have to come in with if you come in with an idea, we can take that and play with it and start creating.
I see.
And like Dre the most makes beats. Dre, you might sit there and do a simple melody, and Dre might he listen to it and like, all right, make a beat, and then say, do that melody to this beat, and we're off to the races. It's just teamwork. There is no this is how it's done, and only this, and it's not like that.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
No such thing as a bad melody.
Yeah, we can. If you came in with a melody, like look what I just did with your sentence, like no such thing as a bad melody. Like we just start going.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. Man.
I feel like if I try to help with my daughter, my melody would always be the same.
Okay, so on the melody always being the same. If you notice, I'm taking your sentences and doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the game. Is you take somebody's sentence.
Uh-huh.
If you say, I hate this dude, okay, that's the melody.
Okay.
Okay, 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 okay.
That's
You do
great.
music. Yeah, if
Okay.
you're around us enough, you'll start tripping. Everything you say, we'll start doing that stuff. We had
Okay.
this time where the singers were not allowed to actually talk.
Mm-hmm.
We had 5, 6 singers in, they weren't allowed to talk to you. Everything they said, they sung to you. So if they wanted to say, hello, how's your day? They sang that to you. And if they do that all day, singing becomes like talking, and they just start, it's like, yeah, I do this. Like they start doing everything singing and just become musical.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. They weren't,
That's
it's like, nah,
interesting.
don't talk.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
that's very interesting
That's
to know.
interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna
That's
do
what they
that
would be
every
doing.
day. Okay, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
do that.
We literally had people doing that, and it simply
Okay.
changes them.
Oh.
But we
Okay.
were doing layered work. Like they would do that. We'd be recording and writing songs. We had Brad Chapman doing I think it was every 2 weeks. We'd bring a singer on, and he'd do this emotional connect with the lyric thingy. What was it? What was the technique, Brad? Emotional lyric, sing by feel.
Sing from feel.
Sing from feel. And so there's this layered attack where there's multiple things happening to where the artist just keeps improving over. They might not even realize how much they're improving. But it's not
Okay.
just one thing.
I see.
One of the
That's good
best
to know.
things one of the best things that can happen is you have these musicians, they're all stuck in what they do. Somebody new coming in who's clueless comes in with an idea, they take and they make it into something. It'll be something that they would have never done. So artists would come in and supply the new, fresh idea.
I see.
Lily, here's
Well,
one
then-
you can use for him. You can go, okay, here's my melody, Maat. Dun 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 dun
Dun,
dun
dun,
dun
dun.
dun dun dun.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And
Well,
then
here. Uh-huh.
once you get that stuff, you turn that into words.
Okay.
So it's
Huh.
Mary had a little lamb, right? But you could sing other words. And once you do this melody stuff and you start turning it into words, who was it? John Seabrook. I'm forgetting the name, but you can even look up John Seabrook, songcraft or hits. Song Machine is what I think the book was. I just ordered it. It came in. It's somewhere else at my office. In that book, it covers how Max Martin and all of them were they dove into that. They would come up with melody, turn it into lyric. Like if you did 5 melodies and rhythms, whatever, and I put them in Pro Tools, and I start arranging them to where one after the other, it worked and it sounded like it was jamming. Then all you have to do is turn it into words. And I might take one melody and another and juxtapose them next to each other, maybe have them overlap a little, whatever it takes. I play around until I get some stuff that works. Then you just turn that into words.
Huh. Okay, that's really good to know.
I have a question, Matt. Do you guys ever just, the traditional term may not be the new term, but the traditional term jam together?
Yes.
Okay, now,
Vocally jammed together, yes.
yeah, the traditional term would be like 12 bar blues. So
Okay.
the rhythm section puts down a then we're gonna go up to the 5, the 4, okay, so I did that a little off, but anyway, so that's laid down. Okay, so now it's my turn, so I'm gonna because
I don't want to love you.
and then
more,
well,
and
we
you
don't
can
usually
get it back there.
yeah, you
Yep,
can put
keep
words
going.
in. Yeah, you can put
Yep.
words in. Yeah. And then everybody starts to like the structure stays pretty much the same. The 12, that's why they call it 12 bar blues.
Mm-hmm.
And in that era, many hit songs were based on 12 bar blues.
Mm-hmm.
So and it could be anything. It could be one chord,
Mm-hmm.
But what's interesting about it is how each individual starts to change it a little bit, and then somebody goes, "Oh, that's kind of cool," and then everybody's kind of following that wave for a little while, and then that wave changes because somebody makes that change. Do you guys do that? I don't hear you talk about it, so I'm curious.
Remember I said I have the files where it's musical vocals, like there's a beat and then musical vocals put on. That's the type of stuff we're doing. That's exactly the type of stuff we're doing. And I should put one up on my SoundCloud where it's just musical vocals, because I did it. My wife was in, Canadies was in, a rapper, and I pulled up a basic beat I made. She was the bass line, he was hi-hats and other stuff, and they created this whole thing that's jamming. But that's exactly it. That's the whole point of music when I talk about doing musical vocals, is doing that. And I said words, but actually while you were coming up with that stuff, I was doing melodies. I'm sitting there listening to you and doing melodies, and next thing I knew, words came to me. So I said something about, I don't want to be in love with you or something, but it was melody that I had actually did. I was doing melody, and then words just popped out. I wasn't even trying. But I was doing music to your music when you were doing the music.
So what I love about that, and what I don't hear in my students hardly at all, it's a spiritual place.
Yes.
And it's a place that you go to and you can't remember how you got in or how you got out. And it doesn't matter. It's just like this freedom of flow that should not even be judged.
And as we're doing the song, naturally when people are adding, it's going to contrast because those people are different. The melodies and rhythms that I'd come up with are different than Brad. When Brad was coming up with that stuff right then, I don't even have to try to be different. I'm different. So when you put people together, Brad was doing his stuff. I ended up coming up with 2. He heard 1 possibly. I don't know. But I did one when he was doing whatever, and then he changed that, and I was like, oh, and then I reacted to that. Automatically, it's different, and I'm reacting to him. But and as I dove into music, I started learning that you have to have changes, contrast, and so then you start learning all the different ways you can contrast, whether it's emotion, volume, rhythm, melody, like even where you start, as like Pat Patterson and always, drills everybody, the starting point, the same melody, starting on the one or the and or the two and the a e and starting on the like where it starts next to the rest of the music, it feels different. But how do we contrast? You can do the same stuff, contrast and repetition, and get some emotion in there.
So Lily, your question, and I have a very scientific part of my brain as well. I took a test once that said it was kind of balanced between the so-called right and left brain. The thing about music that's different than science is that it's more like eating food. If it feels good and everybody feels good, then that's it. It's done. And you don't go back and try to theorize it. Now, even in today's world, even though the Beatles are only, 60, 70 years old, their stuff, you got people who are deciding that this is what the Beatles were thinking because this was their music theory. And one of the interesting things the Beatles did was quite often their music cadences, and what that meant in classical speech was 5 5 5 5 4 5 4. That was always like, okay, this is the resting point of the song. I'm going to play the 5 and then I'm going to play the 1. And so the Beatles decided to play the 4 and then the 1. And because of the influence of blues, that kind of became their thing. And they didn't know that, but see, now in retrospect, these guys are going back and saying, oh, guess what? They did this and did that, did that. But the problem with that is, if you're trying to learn anything, or if you're really trying to learn how to write songs or whatever, is that's all hindsight. You got to delve into, if you can, you got to delve into why, not what, I mean, and I know they're trying to do that. Like, okay, why did the Beatles do that? Okay, that's fine. But how does it make you feel when you do that? I think is a better question. And so there's just not a dichotomy. I mean, I think both worlds work together very well, but it can be tough. You can't come up with this 2 + 2 = 4, and every time it's 4, and everybody agrees it's 4, and that's going to be it forever on. It's a different thing than that.
So let me ask you guys. So if you take, let's just say a Beatles song, and you change it up to way how you feel, right? You're taking those lyrics and singing it differently, right? With different melodies, or changing some of those melodies up or whatever. People do you think people would still want to hear that song, your original cover or whatever it's called? Would they want to hear it because I think I've asked you this, their head is programmed to hear what they hear from the Beatles, right? And so if you have a new person taking it, dissecting it and changing it up, are they really gonna take to it, or they're just gonna be like, nah, I don't even want to hear this anymore because this doesn't sound right? Or
Let
you
me,
can or you can maybe get your emotions out and capture their attention.
are you to where you can look up on the internet right now, Lily?
Yes, I am.
Look up "Heard It Through the Grapevine."
Okay.
There is I'll get 3 different versions, all hits, totally different. "Heard It Through the Grapevine," "Zap and Roger," that's one.
Okay.
"Marvin Gaye," that's another.
Okay.
"Gladys Knight and the Pips."
Okay.
That is the same song, totally different every time. People loved it. It's not a matter of can people love it. Is it done to where people connect and love it? People can cover, and when you're covering some iconic song, good luck.
Yeah, there's a thing called imprinting that is put upon all of us. So every time a new song comes out and we hear it 10, 20, 50,000 times because the labels have put the money behind it, and this goes back to the rags and riches thing. But once they have done that and they've imprinted that on your brain, even going to a live show can be very discerning.
Yes.
Because I remember the first time I went to a Moody Blues and I had mastered that album. I had sung every line. I knew every word. I knew exactly how they did it. And then they started singing, and it was different. You can't do that. But here's the thing: is
Yep.
those guys had the reputation, and so people will follow them. So if you are a so-called nobody, and then you just decide that you are just going to change it, everything, you may have a lot of difficulty. But if you know, like the records do, how to strategically move your way into an audience's heart, then you can get to the point where they will accept your reconditioning, if you will, of the Beatles song. But of course, you'll also have to get royalty permission various ways, depending on what you do. There was a big mess on American Idol where the kid got on. His dad said, "Okay, you're going to sing this John Lennon song, but you're not going to sing it the way John Lennon sang it because we don't believe in what John Lennon said." It was a religious thing in the family, and the kid went out there and he changed the words. It was heaven.
That's a problem.
And they got sued $1 million because it went out on the air and there was no way to pull it back. And so the Lennon estate said, "You do not change the lyrics of our song without paying for it." And so you've got to be a little bit careful about that. But as far as what your overall question, I agree with what Maat said. I just was adding to it a little bit there.
One of the things that works in your favor is a new generation is constantly being born. They may not be beholden to that old version. They might think your version is the greatest version ever. Then they're surprised that the Eagles sang that song originally. That happens all the time. Like I might play a song and I'm sitting there jamming it, and my mother or my big brother come and play the original, and I'm like, oh, and I'm sitting there thinking that whoever I'm listening to is the greatest creator, and it's a remake, and that happens all the time.
Okay, good to know.
The Tracy Chapman song that dude just did. Well, he sang it similar. He sang it country.
Fast Car?
Yeah. He sang it country. So it's not exactly like hers. People liked it. People connected. There were people who thought he wrote the song.
Okay.
You know? So anybody that wants to hear AI singing something where somebody actually put effort into making AI do something presentable instead of letting AI just do whatever. I put one song up today, and there's another. So there's a song I did with Jessica Galindo called Crazy Town, and it's on my SoundCloud. And then I uploaded one today called Get Home. And so if you do a search for SoundCloud Get Home Maat Hotep, you should come up with my SoundCloud page and that song. And there's another on there. That one's AI singing. AI did the music. And then there's one on there also by Jessica Galindo and I that we songwrote together, where it's totally different genres of songs, music. It's AI, but those are the demo songs that we would present to the singer, the artist, to perform, and then the idea is to get the artist to beat that. So SoundCloud, Maat Hotep, Get Home. Or you can do SoundCloud, Jessica Galindo, Crazy Town. Either way, they're both on mine.
Are you watching the listening on that, the reactions to that? What's going on?
I don't have many listens on mine. I barely put stuff up, and most of my stuff is private. I what I do is we put stuff on SoundCloud. Then when we're someplace, a lot of the stuff is just private. Then when we're somewhere, we'll call it up and play it and let people listen who might say somebody wants to buy Get Home. That's what that would be. We'd be somewhere, actually would be private and instead of open to the public. And then somebody might want to buy that song, but it's on the internet where they can listen, where I can call it up at any time like Crazy Town, same type of thing. I don't actually put that stuff up there, and like most stuff I do, we don't expose that to the public unless we
I
want to
just
put it on the
wondered if
radio
you
or
were
something.
doing a test to see if AI could move people enough to get a reaction.
Yeah, there's it. It's been a people have listened to AI and jammed and didn't even know. And my favorite song last year was a Tupac song, AI, where he was explaining what, or he was going off on Keefe D and some others. It was about him getting killed, and it was on point. Whoever wrote it actually knew inside details at that time about what was going on, and it was my favorite song, and it was AI as Tupac. It was my favorite song last year. And these songs, there's no ifs, ands, or buts whether or not these songs will move some people. These two songs are specifically why I put them up there, is because these are two of the songs that got a lot of reaction when we would play stuff. So what I would do is we'd have like everybody might put their stuff in somebody's iTunes at a studio or something, and we just have stuff playing, don't announce whose it is, and people react, and or they don't. You know?
I've heard that strategy. You can play your music at parties and just see what happens.
Yeah.
Or tell them it's you, you know.
Yeah, you just see what happens. And there's certain songs you'll notice over time. Certain songs keep getting reactions. It might be the music, it might be the person singing, it might be the lyrics. You know, it just might be the performance of the person, and nobody cares what they say. You might ask them, what was that song about? I have no idea. You know, but they enjoy the person. It just so happens that Get Home and Crazy Town, they're actually written to the title, and there's substance to what's being said, but people have actually had a positive response, let's just say, to those songs.
Open-minded. I love it.
For me, it's all about results. So either something works or it doesn't. I don't care if it's like I said, Brad, I liked the Chipmunks. I remember being a kid and the Chipmunks were singing. I loved Alvin and them singing. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. It was the Chipmunks.
You know how they did that, right?
Pitched it up. People
Yeah, the
singing
guy
it and they
sang
pitched
really.
it up.
The guy they spoke really slow. It was like I think 33 to 75 or something like that. They doubled it, whatever. So
Okay.
they had to speak half the tempo in their normal voice, and then that tempo came out normal in speech.
And it was sped up.
But the timbre was changed immensely. Yeah,
Yeah.
but the speaker had to manipulate what he was doing in order to make that work. It wasn't just strictly just speeding it up. There was a talent to that.
If people are thinking that AI has no emotion, they're going to be in for a surprise, because there is some stuff that you're just like, wow. And then there's stuff where you're like, whoa, that's AI. It's not all the same. Some stuff is just flat out garbage, and some stuff will move you and you'll be surprised that it's AI, and the stuff's just going to keep improving. What I like is, like, for a singer to sing a lyric with a melody, and then you have to sing on Suno 6 to 60 seconds. So if a singer sings the verse, chorus, and the second verse, and then types in the words, and has AI sing it as that singer, like Natasha could sing into Suno and have AI sample her voice and sing as her, and she give it the lyrics, the melodies or whatever, and then sit back and listen. Olga did one where I was listening, and it took me a second to realize that Olga had stopped singing and it was AI. It took me a second. I started noticing little nuances that Olga doesn't normally do, and I'm like, hey, to me, it was like, that's a Beyonce type nuance right there. And I was like, oh, Olga, it's switched. There's something about the character of it that changed, but it was still sounded like Olga, but it had a little bit different thing to it, and it was dope. You know, Brad, you can have this stuff sample your voice, and then you type up everything you want, and it'll read it and sound like you. You don't have to speak it, you just type it up, and it will talk as if it's you. Not Suno. There's specific programs that'll do that. Your mic's off, but you can have AI learn your voice, and then you type up a whole essay, and it'll read it off as you. You can do the Brad audiobook. Your mic is muted. Your mic's turned off, Brad.
I've been doing it with text, but I haven't done it where I actually talked into the thing. Actually, no, I know it will take a sample of my voice, and then the AI characters will try to do something with it. But they do so much better job than I do. I mean, see, Maat, you and I can talk, and you can hear all my personality, and you can get into it, and you can think this guy's okay, he's got high energy, blah blah blah. But have me read a script, and you're gonna go, I'm out of here. I can't do it. I don't want to do it. Not me.
And that happens in the booth with artists all the time. And that's part of the thing, is to get them out of that. So again, which, like your technique of working with the artists and they have their headphones on, that type of stuff helps. And when if they have that issue and you're working with them on that, and then I have them in the booth all the time, some stuff you just have to have somebody in the booth all the time doing it to where it becomes nothing. You have to make stuff into nothing. And that thing where you talk to people and get them in their feelings, like, so say a song is 3 minutes long. Say there's a section of song that I want a person to sing, and I need them emotionally caught up. They will sing it, then I'll have it to where it's going to loop. But say there's 10 seconds after, 10 seconds before. I do the loop is the section they're going to sing is this much, but I do 10 seconds after, 10 seconds before. Let's just say. So it unmutes when they're supposed to sing, and then it mutes, and then I talk to them. I have a conversation with them about, if the song is about their mother, I ask about their mother. And then when it comes time, I just start singing, and there'll be a cue, and it'll come in, they'll sing, and then it goes and mutes again, and I'll ask them about their mother. And when I've done that, it has gotten that person into the emotion, because they have no time. As soon as it stops, I start asking them some stuff about their mother, emotional stuff. Well, when she whooped you, when your brother was supposed to get the whooping, how'd that make you feel? I'd ask a Brad question. How does that make you feel? And we start getting into that. I'd have a singer sing from beginning to end, have a certain, like, say 15 seconds, 10, whatever it is, where they get a little break, whatever it is, however many seconds, and then I have a conversation with them about it so that they can't stop and get in their head, and I ask them stuff pertinent to the song that would get them emotionally involved, and then have them sing it again from beginning to end. And it just goes on and on and on, and they get lost after a while. Whatever you're going to repeat, you've repeated it out. Next thing you know, you're doing different stuff. You don't even know what you're going to do now, and you're just reacting emotionally, because you don't even know what to do. You're just singing off of emotion. We come back and listen to that, and it's like, ooh, 3 of these takes, I don't even know which one to choose. They all feel there's an emotional thing here. It's just one of the, some of the stuff we do.
Oh, that's interesting, because, see, if we're in an interview, I don't have a problem. But it's when you give me text that I'm supposed to read. And, I don't know, if I decide it's ever worth it to me, maybe I can ask you to coach me through that. Because I can see where you're coming from. You say, okay, Brad, you've got the words, you know what you're going to say, you know why you said it, you know why you want to say it, you know why you want people to hear it. Now, how are we going to get you out of the robot mode into the natural flow of conversation?
If we end up having to take it one sentence at a time,
Yeah.
we take it one sentence at a time. We take one sentence at a time. We take it one sentence at a time. We start having fun with it until we get, we have fun. We turn it into a video game, and you can get to where you take it one sentence at a time. Like,
Well,
we just you
Lily
play
had
with
to
it.
leave us, but I would say that to Lily: if you're not having fun, don't do it. That's the word. That's the rule. If you're not having fun, don't do it.
Ashley, what's cracking? Ashley, you haven't said a word. What's cracking? Ashley's probably somewhere. Oh, wait, what? Huh?
Is that an actual person?
I don't know. They asked
I have
about
no idea.
recording.
That might be the AI assistant.
Oh,
Because
really?
if you pronounce her name, it's Ashley Ilo.
That's what it looks like. There was something about Zoom and recording with AI.
And she's recording.
Oh, maybe see, they tricked me.
I think she might not be a real person.
Oh, there you go, Maya.
Hey,
We've been hit again.
It happens.
Good point, David.
So for anybody who's songwriting, Taxi Road Rally is November 7th through the 9th. You might want to go to Taxi website, and then there's a music expo in San Francisco for you songwriters. It's November 9th, but both of those, they cover more than songwriting. There's people there who'll be teaching about marketing, all types of stuff. Brad, that's something that you might want to get into. I don't know how much or when you'll be able to get out and start jogging and running marathons and doing your thing, but there's stuff going on where somehow someday you might want to participate in some of the big events that are going on, because they grab people like you, and people come and go to the classes and learn face to face from people. What I might end up doing is, like, when we throw Mentors Lab or anything like that, I'd like to have it to where you're like this, and we have sessions, like we send people in to you. Like, we'll be working, all right, you need a moment with Brad, go. And we have people come in and you do your thing with them, to where everybody gets a Brad experience and find out the type of level of stuff that they could receive.
Well,
That
as
would
long
be
as
cool.
they walk out with my name branded on their forehead, I'll go for that. The Brad experience.
And
Sorry.
so check this out. There's a song, when we talk about mumble rap or whatever, it's called Princeton Colin Ensign. I don't know what this word. This Princecolin. If you look that up, and it's more than that, it's a song. The joke was, the guy was explaining about the song. He's like, yeah, I couldn't really speak English or something like that, so he just spoke like he was speaking English and sang his butt off, and it was a hit song. It's complete gibberish what this man is singing. Some of this stuff is just complete gibberish, but it's Princencolainensinclus. It's yeah, you'll find it. It's a fun song, but when people think that words are everything, you can play that song, and like, people were jamming that song. Princecolin, and then some other words. But it's a jamming song.
Now I can take you back to the mid '60s, a song that probably everybody still remembers the name, Louie Louie, Louie Louie, and no one could figure out. It went Louie Louie, oh baby, so we gotta go, yeah 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 yeah, yeah, and there was all kinds of like, what are they talking about? What is that? But there was this, the guitar part was bam 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 bam. That's the 5/4 thing. 1 1 1 4 4 5 5 5 4 4 1 1 1, and that's all. It was the whole thing. And then this kid's, young kid just came and started singing, and nobody knew what the heck he was talking about. And there was a lot of speculation, and of course there were people, oh, it's got to be really dirty words, it must be singing, and they're covering them up,
I don't remember who said it, but the FBI was investigating that song, those people, for communist subversion with that song.
I believe it.
Because I didn't know that people didn't actually know what the lyrics were. Okay.
Yeah, he mumbled. It was a lot of mumbling, He was an untrained singer. Oh my God. How could an untrained singer get on the radio? I don't know. Hey, Dre, are you still there? You want to ask a question? Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Well, Ashley,
it looked like Ashley was about. I meant Natasha. It looked like Natasha was about to ask a question.
She's go for it.
I've got loads of questions. Just don't like hijacking it for everybody.
No, but questions add so much texture to this. Go ahead.
All right, so I've got a few. So this one's more just like a production question, so it's quite basic. But if you want song to sound Christmassy, what would you do? If you want it to, so it's not a song like a famous song like Last Christmas, which everybody knows. You're getting a whole new song and you want it to sound Christmassy. What techniques would you bring in to make it sound so people know, okay, register, this is a Christmas song?
Okay, if I want a song to trigger moan, I would go get some of their instruments. And however I play them, like sometimes I could do their melody, their type of melody of their language, and that would trigger them. So for Christmas, um, what sounds were used in Christmas songs previously, I'd get one or two of those sounds and then do something rhythmically and how we would do it today, but with those instruments. There's also trigger words, but Christmassy type trigger words that you could use, but you don't have to. Like even background chords could be the type of, you could play chords like similar to what somebody sang in a Christmas, something that was in a Christmas song. You do background chords and that type of flavor. Like there's a bunch of stuff you can do in the background that'll hint at something. So like the lead, you could be doing whatever, but the background is sad, or there's cars going around in the background and horns to give you that city feel. Figure out something that would trigger people is what it is, and there's multiple ways to do it. Um, when Christmas happens, when Christmas happens, what sounds do you hear when you go outside to the mall or around the house? What sounds do you hear? You might hear a certain sound with the Christmas tree and the bulbs, or you start finding sounds that relate to Christmas and you trigger people with those sounds. Like we make instruments out of all kinds of stuff, but you just got to figure out how to trigger people with the Christmas feel, and sounds is one of the ways. Since you can't smell music and trigger them, find sounds, rhythms that deal with Christmas. Does that help
So
at
like being in
all?
a more,
Yep.
yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
To touch on what
so for
Matt's saying, that's what I do for a living, pretty much. I do big tours. I got Latin heritage, Black history, Pacific Islanders. So what I do is just like what Matt said. You just figure out what, like, instrumentation is a big thing. What instruments, correlate with the sound that you're trying to get. That's like the biggest thing I can say is just instrumentation and phrasing.
Like I could
yeah, I think
take,
that's really,
huh?
no, I was just saying that's really important.
Okay, so like when Dre said instrumentation and whatever, so imagine I wanted to make Hmong people feel a certain way. Kuluka, Kuluka. It means I love you, right? So if I were to have that in the background, Hmongs would be triggered. I know that Hmongs would be triggered. And I could make an instrument sound like it's saying Kuluka. I could take words. Okay, I'll give you an example. So quiero usted. If I say quiero usted, that's a musical rhythm. Da, 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 da. If I'm doing that type of stuff, people speak Spanish and know those rhythms of talk might not even know, it might not sound Spanish at all, but it's triggering them because when they talk, they'll say, quiero usted. No, papi, que? Like if I go, dun, tate, dun, tate, like, it triggers them and they won't even know why they like it. But I'm using their language, like, oui, oui, monsieur. If I was to do a melody like that, da, 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 it's embedded in their language. And you see what I'm saying? Like we work to trigger people.
Yeah, so I think that I think what you said before about trying to find sounds that mimic, like, make people mimic Christmas. I think that's the a skill of a really skilled producer, is like knowing how to do that. So yeah, that sounds amazing. The other question I also wanted to ask is, so this was about vocal range. So I had an old vocal coach like years ago, that was off the mindset. I'm not agreeing with him, but this was he was off the mindset that if you practice training your whistle register, you're going to lose the bottom range. So me, I was like, well, I can do whistle register. I just have to practice it, but and I don't think I'm going to lose my bottom range. But he was very kind of like, hell-bent on the fact that if we did that, you would lose the bottom range. How do you, first of all, was that nonsense? And secondly, how do you, when you're training, do you make sure that you are, ensuring that I mean, I'm working with Brad, so, but like, how do you ensure that you can still do your whistle register and you can still go low?
Okay, there's some logic to that. First of all, whistle voice is one of those subjective phrases that you can take different meanings out of. Mostly what it means is that the woman's voice is so high pitched that it sounds like a whistle. Now, there are women who have developed the whistle voice into a large tone, and it kind of loses that whistle color. But it sounds much more connected to the rest of their range. And that's one of the goals that some of my clients have had, that we've tried to fill all that out. My ex-mentor, Seth Riggs, is one of his ex-wives. Just unbelievable how big that B flat 7 sounded. It was just incredible. But anyway, okay, so when you wake up in the morning, your vocal cords are very stiff from sleeping. Your whole body is very stiff from sleeping. And when your vocal cords are stiff, they kind of already just kind of want to vibrate slowly because they're big and they're kind of fat. And they just, so you give them air, but they really don't want to do much with that, right? So now, as I warm up, and I get those vocal cords vibrating 440 times a second, 300 times a second, various different sounds and so forth, I'm increasing the flexibility of my vocal cords. Now, if I try to go back to that, let's say when I woke up, I could sing a presentable F, would be 3 or 2, 4, an F2. I could sing a presentable F2, and I could even use it in a recording. But after I warm up, it's no longer there. It kind of sounds like it's bottoming out. Now, he may have meant that, but it's not. I wouldn't call it a permanent thing. I don't know. There's a lot.
Yeah,
I like to go to science whenever I can.
yeah, I wasn't so happy with that. So the other question there is that I mean, I sent it to you on WhatsApp, but I spoke to one vocal coach, and he said that, so at the moment, like, I haven't, you're not practiced for a while, like, you can get to the E flat 6. So, not having practiced at all, like, at the moment, I'm going at E flat 6. His comment was that E flat 6 in sopranos, which I guess I am, is like a certain break in the voice. Like, what does he?
I don't believe in those.
He also said,
I think those are self-imposed. I believe those are a self-imposed concept.
So basically, his thing was that in singers there's a like a certain, like, I don't know whether it's E flat 6 or whatever, and then if you train above it, then essentially you're his words were, you are gifted the next few notes. Like, it's pretty easy. So I didn't really understand
that's
that.
Interesting. Well, yeah, okay. If you have the biggest so-called break in the voice is the female G4 to G sharp 4. That's the big one. That's the chest voice to head voice, so-called.
Okay.
Now, for men, it's D3 to D sharp 3. So, or no, it's actually D4 to D sharp 4. Okay, so it is not an octave apart. It's kind of interesting. It's like a third or a fourth, something like that. But when you work with a singer, some people's larynx raise up at that point. The woman will start to sing up to that G, and you'll see the larynx will start to go up and start to grab and try to push the note higher. And then you see the air pressure try to increase, and you see the blood vessels and all that. And all of a sudden, then they try to go to B flat and they crack, because the system is so overloaded at that point that it just goes into failure. So you're like, ah, ah. It just won't do anymore. You try to take it up that half step and it crack. But see, there's a whole thing behind the word high note that's caused this problem over the years, and the fact that we speak in our chest voices, and that's where we're very comfortable, is a whole other thing. But I've also worked with singers who have no break whatsoever, and they've never had any training. They're like, I don't care, I don't what you're talking about. What break? And then you look at the video stroboscopy of singers. They've got the they've got the camera on there with the light, and the singer's going. They're going through that so-called fritone, and you can't see any bridges or breaks or registrations. They don't exist. They just all you can see, if you're really lucky, is the chords get thinner and thinner as they approach that next note. So what I have found is the quicker I can remove that mental image, the faster they'll get past it. And that doesn't matter, because my teacher told me there was one between A4 and G sharp 4 and A4. And I got stuck on that sucker. And then once I got rid of it, I didn't believe it anymore. I don't think there's a register. Now, he was a little more old school. He didn't follow the sciences, and I get that. I'm more interested in that. And David studies pedagogy of the voice, and so he's probably got a tremendous amount of information on this area. But I think most breaks, wherever they are somewhat imposed mentally.
So what was that exercise that he was getting me to do that was like, it did help actually.
Mm-hmm. The lip roll or the bending over?
The bending over, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that...
And you like really a good few notes before you get to the top. You bend over, then you come back up, and it did really help. So what was that?
That was your larynx saying there's no such thing as a high note. So if you're standing and you're on a vertical, and anywhere in your mental mental process, you think that the next note is higher than the note, then your larynx is going to translate that into, oh, I can help. I'm going to go up and I'm going to help. Now, when you bend over, your eyes see the floor coming, and your entire mental process changes to, oh, I'm going down for the note. And you're coming back up. Going down for the note. Now, I know he's not the first one to say that that's a breath support thing, and I don't know that I'm not sure it doesn't help. But in my experience, it is a mental change. It is not a physical blow more air change. In fact, if you ask somebody to blow more air at that point, they're more likely to make the vocal cords lock up and fight against the airflow. So what's beautiful about this, though, Natasha, is once you understand that it's a mental issue, then you don't need to bend over anymore. You can master that feeling, and you can master that sensation, and you can do it standing, laying down, standing on your head, whatever. It's all irrelevant. A little bit of background on this, and everybody may be interested in this. Okay. The number one problem singers have in the world is the high larynx. It was dubbed the high larynx disability by a writer. Excellent way to say it, because it's a disability. It's not something you're born with. It's something that is created in the mind. So what happens is when you hear the word high note and you're standing up, you're thinking of notes on a vertical. This note goes higher and this one goes lower than that. And you'll see people going, right? So they're thinking notes are on a vertical. Well, there's no such thing. What happened was written music, they created a graph, a 5-line graph, if you will, if you can kind of mentally picture that, those 5 fingers as creating a graph. So we have low notes, and we have the next note's higher than that, and then we have the next one's higher than that, and this is on a graph. You see, this is sight reading. This has nothing to do with creation of sound. And then they just chose left to right to be rhythm. Now, I like to make the joke that if they'd chosen pitch to be left to right and rhythm to be up and down, that singers would be doing this. I'm going lower for that note, and now I'm going higher for that note. Now, because the larynx is one of the few things in the body that can go up, literally can go up, somehow or another the mind is able to translate that and say, oh, I can help. So you go, and up goes the larynx, and when the larynx goes up, it closes off the top of your windpipe, and you are literally singing through a choked hole. And that's why people turn blue and purple and pass out and all these kinds of things, because you're trying to get another great example is I'm playing a trumpet, and you got the bell here, out here, you got the bell, okay? Now I'm playing the trumpet back here, and I got my lips on the little thing here, and I'm trying to get air through there. Now all of a sudden, as I'm playing higher and higher, you see the bell doing this. I can't get air through there anymore, right? So no more sound, we're done. So now I start to play down, and the old bell opens up, and voila. So the larynx is doing something very similar. There's a lot more to it. There's the epiglottis involved. There's the false chords involved. But basically, it's this whole concept of high note. So in my training and the training that I pass on from Seth, we like to say that all notes happen on one plane. There is no such thing as a low note, and there's no such thing as a high note. They're all coming out of this little vibrating source right here. And now, granted, you can feel things on a vertical. You can feel chest voice down here. You can feel head voice here. And you could say, well, that's on a vertical. But that has nothing to do with the actual production of sound. That has to do with areas of the body resonating based on certain pitches. David, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Have you learned in your study of pedagogy, does anyone know why the human head feels vibrations in the sinuses at a certain point? What phenomenon is happening that the singer says, oh, I feel that. For the men, I feel that E4. I'm starting to feel a sense in my sinuses. Does anybody know why that's happening? Oh, you need to turn your mic on. Mic.
Hello?
There you go.
Okay. I personally don't remember because I didn't watch all of the videos in a course.
Did they cover it?
Well, yes, they do.
Oh, wow.
And there are certain cells that are sensitive to vibrations. It actually, from what little I didn't watch, it turns out that the cells that are sensitive to, like, when you feel like, oh, I feel the vibration in there, when people feel like they can feel what they think is maybe second formant or something like that, I think it is actually sensitive to vibrations that are much lower. So there may be a perceptual illusion that is going on where you have the association of, oh, there's something going on with second formant, a lot of energy in the second formant, and you think the vibrations you feel maybe correspond to that, but actually it's like, I think it's more like a at the same time thing where you feel the vibration, but the feelings are from a much lower frequency.
Amazing.
But I should probably I should like go check the video in the
Oh, that's
tutorial
okay.
that I didn't like watch.
Well, that's great. If you would, if you pass that on to me too, I'd be interested.
Yes.
I know I busted the whole idea that sound was actually coming through the sinuses and sound was actually coming through the chest with the microphone. I busted that a long time ago. It's all coming out the mouth as far as actual projection is concerned. But there are people that think the sinuses are projecting.
Right, and like if it were substantial, then you could put the microphone right.
Exactly. That's
If it-
exactly the joke. I know a pianist came in to me one time and he put a microphone to my stomach. He says, okay, project from your diaphragm. Fun. The semantics in the vocal world, guys, is just unreal. Just absolutely unreal. Anyway, Natasha, I didn't mean to cut you out of that conversation, but thank you so much, David.
Yeah, so then the other thing that I wanted to ask, I've got two more questions now. So are there any like daily exercises that you would recommend? So at the moment, I think I'm going up to like the F6, and I used to be able to go up to the C7. Are there any exercises that you would recommend just like daily to just kind of edge my way back up there?
I would not I would not say that without knowing you and without hearing the results of the exercise I gave you. I don't believe in pre-programmed vocal exercises. Now, there are some that are particularly good for everybody. The lip roll, for instance, is very effective. Tongue roll, very effective. But who I would give them to and why and what ranges I would give them to and what I was trying to achieve would be different. I don't want to be responsible for the consequences of how you use it when I haven't heard the results and given you my feedback about it. So you will never see a video program or an audio program from me about how to warm your voice up. I'm stubborn as hell in this area. I'm a one-on-one guy, and I refuse to teach voice technique in any other way. I don't mind talking about it, but I would never say, you know, I heard Maat just sing a little bit, so Maat should always do this exercise. No, I would never do that. So sorry.
Yeah, you have to person's voice and like, tailor it. I get that.
Yeah, what are your
Okay,
goals and
so
what's your genre? Every exercise should have some personal function to you, I believe.
I agree. So then the other question I have is about releasing covers. So let's say there's like songs that you really like. I mean, Maat sent me one that I really like. If you want to release a cover of somebody else's song, what are the rules? Because I've been on Apple Music and there are some artists in there doing covers of. I'm not saying this is what I want to do. I just was curious what the rules are if you are going to go and like do a cover of a Christmas song that even actually like it's like
Don't change the lyric, and if you do, do satire, and really look up
but
what
are you
satire
allowed,
is and look up examples of satire.
but are you allowed to do it? Like as in do you get into legal problems if you because that's
Look,
I find that
go
confusing.
check out what Weird Al Yankovic has done. Like he did the song "Because I'm Fat." You know it. Look up satire. Like you got to look into that stuff and see what's already been done and what the cases are. But Weird Al Yankovic has made a career out of doing satire, which is he's doing different stuff with their songs, and there's a whole legal thing that goes with that. Other than that, if you sing a person's song the way they wrote it and change a lyric, you're gonna have some serious problems because you're not supposed to. That there's a legal issue with that. But look up, like you just get on the internet and start looking up what are the rules for doing satire, a song satire wise, like little like what did I just say? What's his name? Because I'm Weird Al Yankovic, and see when did Weird Al get in trouble and when did he not? Like there's a satire thing that there's already precedent, but you have to look it up. If you do a search on it, you'll find stuff on it.
Yeah, because I think like you know like even if like people do want to do a cover. I mean, I'm not saying I do or I don't. I'm just kind of like thinking out loud. But you'd want to do it in the proper way. You'd want to credit everyone. It's not like you're gonna just do the cover and then cash in on it. But yeah, like I just wondered if there was actual like rules and
So
behind it.
like Little Richard would come out with a song and then somebody like Pat Boone or somebody would cover that song, right? Who they lobbied and made it to where if you put out a song, somebody could go and do that song and put it out. But there's money that you would get, there's money that they would get. There's different monies, like the master of the song, the publishing,
Yeah.
there's different things. But when you do that, if you change a word, ooh. But if you don't change a word and you do a cover, now if you're doing it and you're not making money, you know, but once you start making money, there's money for them to collect, money for you to collect.
That's so strange though. Why would it be that if you change a word, that's the
That's the whole point of
like I
copyright. That's the whole point of copyrighting your stuff. You create something and it's yours, and you have the right to say it can be changed or not. You have that power. If you write a poem and I go and take your poem and change 3 words, I'm now messing with your intellectual property. And you may not want that. You might not want that. Maybe you do. Maybe you say it's okay and you work out something. But it's your property.
A student of mine, Moon Martin, wrote "Bad Case of Loving You." Doctor, doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you. And then Robert Palmer made it a big hit. Anyway, Coca-Cola or Dr. Pepper, actually, Dr. Pepper wanted to redo the verbiage on it, and they had to negotiate with him, and they had to pay him a buyout. They couldn't do anything without. I think it was $5,000 he got. So he got $5,000 plus whatever came back, and so yeah, it's negotiable. Don't forget that. Now some things are not negotiable, like Maat was explaining, but so a lot of things that are very negotiable if you're willing to contact the publisher.
Or publishers
Yeah, yeah,
of
really.
a song. There may be multiple publishers. Um, there are places where there's a lot of stuff in public domain, right? Do you know what I mean by public domain?
I do. Yeah.
I think you sent me something and I looked at it, but this was like when I first spoke 2 weeks ago. So yeah, maybe if you just remind me.
All the time stuff is entering public domain. It's old stuff. There's a certain amount of time where stuff goes back to where anybody could use it.
Unless they re-up it.
Yeah, there's that.
That blind man says, oh, love me tender, love me do. It's an old Irish song. Na, 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 na. So they were able to use the melody without having to pay anybody, but they wrote all the lyrics.
If you look up, if you do a search for public domain songs, there's thousands of songs that you can go in there, and they already got melodies. You can take those melodies and update them rhythmically or whatever to where it does what you want it to do, and have no legal problems because it's public
So
domain.
are they royalty free?
Yeah, royalty free. Are they doing that with AI? You think?
Well, anything that AI creates is public domain.
Right, but I mean, they're getting their stuff from public domain.
AI, I don't know if they're getting stuff from the public domain stuff. That actually is cool, but it's
Yeah.
I can tell you it's not all public domain stuff. I can tell certain things. It's like, ooh, that sounds like Ariana Grande ish.
Yeah, I met a young woman yesterday about who maybe talking about being a singer, but she also wants to be a copyright attorney. And I said, "Thank you, go for it. We're going to need you." Oh my God, we're
And
going
see,
to need you.
they have to figure like all that stuff is yet to be figured out. So who knows what all is going to come of all of that, and it can take a while for legally for them to figure out what all is what. Me, even the two AI songs I put up there, I have no problem releasing those songs as songs for somebody to purchase and blah blah blah, and like I love those songs. They sound awesome to me, and I'm not worried about legal anything, because if say a song generated 3 million and I had to give up 2 million, I still made 1 million.
Well, there'll become a day when it's 10 million and you lost 8, and you're not buying that into that anymore.
Yeah, you as time goes on, you figure out how to do it better and better and better and get more and more money. But right now there's zero money, so if it generates 3 and I get 1, hey,
The market calls being in demand. If you can find a
yeah.
position of demand, then you can, and this is what people do in this industry all the time. Once they find that position of demand, then they can start calling the shots in their negotiations. But until then, they've either got to just be stubborn, or they've got to say, well, okay, I'm going to let that go. I'm not in demand. I'm going to let it go.
So if I'm right on the songs that I'm writing, if it's found out that say Ed Sheeran was used and he's getting ready to sue, I'd be like, bro, you don't have to sue me. Like, I wrote these lyrics. These are not your lyrics, but that is yours. That blah 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 is yours. So now we give you a cut. I get a cut. We keep it moving. You want to write a song together? I
like
give
it.
him a
Let's
share.
make a deal.
Yeah.
Let's make a deal. I love it.
Now, if he said he wanted everything, now we finna battle, because I put a lot of time into writing these lyrics. The lyrics on those 2 songs are not just any old lyric. I put time into those lyrics, and so I've got to get mine too.
Now, someone just asked me, how do you get to amateur to professional? And that's one of the things is, for a while, you're going to be an amateur and you're not going to get paid anything, no matter what you do. But at some point, you're going to say, I'm too busy for this. I'm not going to do any more amateur performing. I want $50 or I want $100. The music unions fought with this forever, and there were always somebody out there willing to do the gig for 50 when the union rates were 80, and they just died off. I'm sure they're still around. I don't want to talk out of my hat here, but there's only so much control you have over the marketplace.
There are professionals of low competency. There are amateurs of high competency, but amateur meaning they're not getting paid. Professionals get paid, but competency, that's the real thing. Like get better and better and better, and you can get good and you can be the dopest person around, but there's no market for it. Ew.
Companies spend sometimes millions of dollars on market research before they put a product on the shelf.
Yeah.
It's very important.
There's a,
So
a
Oh, go
yeah,
ahead,
I'm
David.
sorry. Yeah.
So Natasha, if you would like to do a cover of an existing song that is protected by copyright, get a mechanical license. And the rates for mechanical licensees are set in a statutory way in the United States, so they're basically the same for everyone. Set up by, like, for instance, duration, that kind of thing. That's if you are just making the audio recording. If you are going to make a music video, suddenly you need to get a sync license, and those rates are not set by the same statutory mechanism that sets the rates for the mechanical licensees. If you
There
can,
you go.
like, not do the music video, then you don't have to do the sync license.
All right, David, you're busted. How do you
There you
know
go.
that? How do
Oh,
you know? How do you know?
because in the community course that I'm in, we sometimes record performances, and we want to know when it's okay to post them on the YouTube and stuff. And
Amazing.
when we want to, then we have to, like, I had to go negotiate a license to post something for the chorus.
I'm just more and more amazed.
It is practically useful information.
Yeah, it's
so how do you go about getting the mechanical license? You have to speak to a publisher
There,
or like
so let's see. Um, I think try looking up things like, depending on the size of your business, look up Harry Fox Agency. If you are a big business, I don't think you're a big business, but if you're a big business in the United States, look up the MLC,
yeah.
Mechanical Licensing Collective. It was, like, established in recent years so that there's, like, one place that does it rather than trying to go to different places. Um, I don't do stuff through MLC because I'm not big enough of a business. I looked at some of the dollar amounts for the services. Oh my God. Um, I did a bunch of, when I needed to negotiate a license, it was always for, like, a YouTube video. So it was like, the context was, I'm not just doing audio, I'm doing, like, I need a sync license because I want the actual synchronized video with the audio anyway. So what I did was, in one case, I emailed the composer, and, like, literally, it was such a small shop that I think it was his wife who answered. And then they're just like, fill out this form. I'm like, okay. If you are in touch with the, if you this works if, like, this is music by small people, or you may have a lot more network connections than I'm aware of. I don't know. But if you are actually in contact with the holder of the copyright, and it's like an actual person or a family, literally ask them, what do you, well, in polite English, what would it be possible? What would
I'll
you
be right
like?
back.
Yeah, so that I can, legally publish a cover, and then, like, just let them know what you want it for. Sometimes if it's a human, they're actually quite accommodating, or, like, reasonable, and they'll just say, yeah, if for this, we would quote this many dollars.
Yeah, that's what I think. Because I mean, there's like, I mean, I'm an example, but there are songs that are like many people have covered them. So I didn't think that this would be something that would be that difficult. Like, there's people do it. Um, so the other question I had was, so once you have an album, like, what would you say is the best way to go about marketing it? So regardless of whether you're a label or whether you're independent, like, what's the best way to, like, you have this album, it's amazing. What do you do?
You asking David? David. Yep.
Anyways, no, community core stuff is. I don't know if that's the best reference for how to market stuff, because we have a limited reach. We would not. We would like to have better reach. But yes, Maat, what do you say?
I give it to Hub Real. Hub Real takes care of that. Like, he'll go and put it on all platforms and do whatever it is for marketing. That's not my thing. Hey, Dre, what do y'all do for
Yeah.
marketing? She has a question about marketing. Once you have a song done, what do you guys do for
Oof.
marketing? We need to get William Bowser on here too.
Man. Oh yeah, we didn't know what he's talking about. So what we do is, it's a little bit different, since we're like a multimedia freaking production company, whatever. But when we put out a record, like we got a few PR companies we work with. Mind you, PR is Very expensive. Very expensive. I think our PR is like 15 a month, bro.
What do you mean by
Yeah.
15 a month? $1,500 a month?
Nah, I wish it was $1,500 a month. So it's about 15K, and you got to do like a 6 month like contract with them. You feel me? But with that, like they're gonna put you freaking everywhere. So that's like big marketing. Small marketing, if you just starting out, get on TikTok. I keep telling everybody this, especially like producers, songwriters, and all that stuff. Get on TikTok. You can use like Streamlab. Streamlab allows you to go live without having to have 1,000 followers on TikTok, because you just got to have 1,000 followers first. But if you get Streamlab, it come with the option to just do it right off the rip. You get on TikTok and you stay on TikTok for as long as you can, writing songs, producing songs, doing everything live. People are gonna chime in and you're gonna blow. I've seen people like, there's this one producer, I forgot his name, but he was like, I'm doing one beat a day, blah blah blah, until I get X amount of followers. Bro's booming now. I done seen him go from like a little rinky dink setup to like real deal stuff. You feel me? But TikTok, anything social media wise, that's the game. That's the easiest, cheapest way you can do stuff right now.
See, you can, like, people act like it doesn't exist, but that payola stuff is real. And if you don't know a DJ, like, people actually pay DJs, like, college. There's college stuff, college radios you can get on, um, local homegrown type stuff. There's a list of college radios. You just look for it. Get online and look for a list of college radios, and get your stuff on the college radios. But then there's also, like, people literally do pay DJs to play stuff. It's under the table. It's hidden. Um,
Payola's
like,
super real. Even even
yeah,
even when it come to commercial radio, they call it
yeah,
buying an ad.
yeah.
Yeah. Like, all right, so like Spotify, right? There's websites where you can get like legit Spotify spins, not bots, but legit spins. You get what I'm saying? If you if if you want to be on Billboard, right? They have hella charts and you can get your Billboard plaque and all that for like 20 to 60K. You know what I'm saying? Like, people out here really pay.
Pay what? What is that
Pay for a campaign.
campaign? So what was the you said that the PR companies, like, they, you pay them 15K a month and you're everywhere. What do they do?
So depending on which PR firm you go with, like they range anywhere from like the smaller ones like 5K a month to like the medium range, which is where we're at, to like the real big dogs. But they're gonna put you like magazines, get you interviews. Some offer like TV show placements and stuff like that. Good Morning America. There's all type of stuff like that. They're just gonna put your record. Well, you're gonna sit down with them, have a conversation, tell them what you want, what you're looking for. They're gonna tell you what they can offer you, and then they come up with a plan. They present it to you. All right, we're gonna do this week, this, and that, and then yeah, but yet again, it's a gamble, because just because you everywhere, I mean, if your record's trash, you
Yeah.
just wasted some money. I've seen people do it. I've seen people waste 20, 30K on like a campaign and the record just sit there after that. They got 100, 200,000 plays, but yeah, they don't do nothing. They don't make that money back.
There are people who actually are paid to go to record radio stations and do whatever needs to be done, take them out to eat, all types of stuff, and they have the relationships with those people. Like, I almost said somebody's name, but
Yeah, we ain't gonna say
there are
that.
people who can call up a program director and actually meet with them, have conversations with them, and say, "Hey, this is a record I'm pushing," and get it played. And you pay to have those people go and do that.
Yep. And then every region's different. Like, you got the South, you got the Midwest, you got the East Coast and the West Coast. Those are the four big markets. And you can go on a radio campaign, just like Matt saying, with somebody who has a relationship. Like a small radio campaign in California is going to be 15 to 20,000. but it's basically like you're running for president, right? You go on that radio run. They take you to all the big stations up and down. You get to sit down with the MD and the program director, play the record, but then essentially you're shaking hands and kissing babies. I'm gonna take them out to eat this, and that because it's just the whole thing. Like, say me and Maat got a song, and Dave is the DJ. David and Maat are friends. My song better, but David and Maat is friends. David gonna play my record before he play mine. That's essentially what it gets down to.
We at the studio we had Dre the Most, me, all of us there. There was a guy, he did a record, he was doing a run with these singers, beautiful young singers, and like they went to the radio station, they did their interview. Like I think he was bringing, or the guys like him were bringing people through, and they were doing DJ drops. Is that what they're called, Dre? DJ
Yeah,
drops.
DJ drops. You get a list,
Um,
a big old list, and you got to go into the studio and say the same thing for every single DJ over and over and
yeah,
over and over. And over.
and it goes so that all the DJs can have that. And he then what would happen is the person would come through, do the record station stuff, radio station stuff, then come into the studio with us and kick it. Like we had a safe spot, nice big old studio with a green room, all kinds of stuff. And they would come in, and if they needed to record something, like me and Dre, we could record it for them. Or like sometimes we had sessions with people. They came through and we did some recordings and stuff. There's a green room there if they wanted to go through and do some quick whatever, And then when they were done, they did whatever and headed off to the next spot. They were on a run up and down Cali. Remember the Jasmine Sisters?
Yep, the Jasmine Sisters was cold. I'm so mad that they didn't blow. They were dope. They were super dope.
What were you about to say, Natasha? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask like an America versus England question. So basically, because obviously I'm British, so are there certain things that are like because you mentioned the East, the West, like that's alien to me because I'm not American, right? So in terms of that, like, what do you think, from a marketing perspective, or even just like anything perspective, what's the relevance of that?
Of what?
Like, you said that there's the East, like, and then there's the West, and the different. I think it was Drake.
Yeah, I don't know the specific regions out there, but I'm pretty sure it's kind of along the same lines. You know what I'm saying? It's just if you're trying to do radio runs that way, you just really got to find out who the plug is. Like, who's the DJ that actually has those connections to take you on those type of runs. Like out here, we got a company called Empire, and they do a lot of runs. Right? They got a couple people out there that do big radio runs, but like I said, those are more California based. On the East Coast, I got a dude, he does them out there. You can get on like Sway in the morning and stuff like that. It's just essentially finding out. Firstly, it depends on your genre of music, and then from your genre of music, you go find out who the big DJs are, or who's ever like the big program directors, music directors. And I'm pretty sure like there's certain regions out there, just like there is out here.
Yeah, you got to find out about your area.
Yeah, so if you're going to if you're going to a label, because essentially this is what they do, right? So like, someone said that when you go to a label, they're really good at putting gasoline on your fire. So if you're already like, oh, whatever, so because because you're trying to weigh up, like, obviously I'm gonna go to a label, but like, I just want to know what is it that I'm going to the label for.
So labels are kind of weird now. They're not like how it was back in the day. I see labels more as just like big marketing companies. You know what I'm saying? Like we just did a record with some dude from Stockton called EBKJ, right? And mind you, he got real big in his area, right? But I'm gonna tell you like this: as soon as he got with that label, and I don't know what PR firm they used or anything like that, the first record we did with them, and they took it and did their thing, 80 million streams. It's on its way to gold. It's crazy on what they do, but they got big boy money. I don't even want to know how much that costs.
What was that? Was that a label or was that a marketing firm?
That was a label. That was a label. So labels have their own like entities, like their own firms that they use. You know, they're kind of like self-contained in a way. You know what I'm saying? So if you get to a label, then yeah, I mean they can make anything blow up, anything they want, essentially.
There was
But
oh, sorry, Dre, go ahead.
yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Well, there was an NPR example of a Rihanna single. 70 grand on the recording, and then they broke that down to who got paid what. But then it was $1.5 million for marketing.
It's
So,
like,
that's
yeah,
what I mean. If you're going to sell bubble gum, you may spend 5 cents making the bubble gum, but you spend a lot more advertising it.
like think about Drake, right?
Oh man,
Bro said that he has an unlimited marketing budget.
wow.
That's ridiculous. I mean, he got a $40 million freaking. It's basically like a what you call deal, like a sync licensing deal with them. It's not even like a real 360 deal. Like they just got like some rights for a certain amount of time with him. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But I'm gonna tell you like this, yet again, for us, smaller people trying to do this, TikTok. Go live. I promise you, just go live.
That's what they used to say about YouTube.
Why was our stuff on the radio, Dre?
Because I knew people. We we knew people. So I mean, look, it's just kind of how the game works. We had real good relationships, and at the time, our city was cracking. We had like one of the first artists signed to like an upcoming indie label. So like they was like messing with us real heavy. So pretty much any record we wanted to push out, the DJs would break the record, no problem. And then from there, it just spreads. You feel me? We were getting calls from labels wondering how the hell we doing stuff when we're independent, no budget type shit.
We had multiple things going on. We actually had multiple things going on as to why what ours was a whole system of things, um, and yeah, we had a non-regular thing going on for a while.
What? It was crazy.
Yeah, because we could
We had a lot
literally
going on.
we literally could do a song and it was on regular rotation on Clear Channel. That was one of the things. We also had this homegrown thing, and we had the 1, 2, 3, 4 like slots. We had all the slots. There's no competing against
Every
what we were
time.
doing. But then there was this group called IMAC. They did that stuff on their own. They had a following on their own, where they had this underground thing, and they were just the kids loved them. I had did a mix of one of their songs and went to. I keep saying, I keep talking about it. I finished the mix, gave it to them. I went to pick up my daughter at Edison High School, and that song was playing. That mix was playing at Edison High School. Is because they uploaded it to their YouTube, and their following downloaded it and from YouTube. So somebody there was playing it. They either downloaded or was just playing it from YouTube. The mix that I had just done when I drove from the studio to the high school. And so it wasn't them having a label behind them. They had grassroots audience loving their stuff. Um, and so, yeah, like I said, we had a bunch of stuff going on, multiple people doing stuff who were good. And we were all together under one roof doing stuff and having a DJ doing certain things. And well, several, like there's, this DJ died not too long ago, a friend of mine. We kicked it, and there's two of them. I could give them stuff, and they played in the clubs. All right, Maat, I got you. And they played in the clubs, but they loved what we did.
Dre, did you say live TikTok? Was that an emphasis of something you said? Perform live? Your mic's off.
Yeah, go live. So I got a homie out here. His name DeVille. And he does it on Facebook and Instagram, right? Which is cool, but the reach is different on TikTok. TikTok's algorithm works different than Facebook and Instagram. So what he does is he has like the little iRig connection, and
What's
he'll
that?
plug up.
What's that?
It's a iRig. So what it essentially does is it takes your audio from your interface and connects it to your phone. So like say we're all talking through interfaces and stuff like that, and I pull up a Pro Tools session, you can hear me recording live with effects and all that stuff. You can essentially like I'm doing the whole song. Like I can mix the song and you'll hear everything I'm doing.
Cool.
It's called iRig. It's like they're like $75. They're pretty cool. So he'll get on Facebook and Instagram live, plug in his iRig, and he'll get online and he'll pull up a beat that he made or got off YouTube, and he'll sit there and ask his people who are watching him like, "Hey, we're gonna write a song together. Give me some ideas. What's some words? Let me get some lines here, there, there." And he'll do it live on TikTok, and he'll be on there. I mean, on Instagram and Facebook, and he'll be on there for 6, 7, 8 hours doing that. Now, if he was doing that on TikTok, he'd have way more followers. Like I said, just because how the algorithm works on there.
So it's kind of live, but not live. Kind of. In other words, you're not necessarily talking about an acoustic guitar and singing or a piano and singing, but your tracks or whatever.
You can do all that on TikTok.
Okay.
All of that. Yep. Yep. I see people all the time, like acoustic singing, writing, making beats live, mixing songs, song review, just anything, everything.
I'll pass it on to Frank Greenfield because I know he does that on Facebook. He'll play his guitar and sing, and the guys are just unbelievable. That'd be
Tell
great.
them, yeah, tell them to get Streamlabs. All right, because TikTok won't allow you to go live unless you have over 1,000 followers, right? So if he's just starting off on TikTok, he's not going to have any. But if he gets Streamlabs, Streamlabs is going to allow him to go live on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok and Twitch simultaneously, and he'll be able to, do the whole thing right off the rip.
So Streamlabs an app, then I presume,
Yeah, it's an
like
app,
all
it's a
of the others.
program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's good to be around people who know what the hell's going on. I'm so glad to hear that you guys are generating things that I didn't even know about. Maat's always teaching, and I never get to hear about the professional stuff.
I've slowed down on the teaching. I'm out doing now.
Yeah. Good for
Like
you.
I'm teaching Olga, Jessica. There's a few I'm teaching, but it's now more. It's due time, you know. It's doing it time.
I wondered if that would ever happen. Certainly deserve it.
And I'm having fun.
No, we can't have that.
And so like okay, so on just real quick on the AI songwriting. So the one of the beautiful things about that for me is I don't have to argue with a songwriter or singer. I can actually get my ideas out and try them. And it's very important. Like I could wake up at 3 a.m, and if I think that I should add a little vocal hook at the end of something, I can go and try it, see what happens. And so it makes it to where I can try stuff, and then I can present stuff to whoever I want to sing it without me trying to explain it. It's all there. And AI sings so much better than I do.
You and Cook Harrell.
There you go. See? Yep.
I wonder, is he doing that yet?
I have no idea. A lot of what people are doing with AI, they're very secretive right now. Labels and other people are using AI and they are not saying a word. It's all hush hush, you know. And like when I talk about it, people cringe, but I'm not beholden to anybody. I can, I do whatever I want to do, and they're like, I don't have to answer to anybody except the law if I break it.
Trade secrets, sure.
Yeah. But all right, any other questions? Because we've been on here 3 hours, going on 4. Go ahead. Oh no, if you got a question, go bring it.
Yeah, okay. So this is another basic question. So what would you say is the hallmark of like a song that resonates with little kids and with adults as well, without it sounding like I don't know if you guys know what Blue Peter is. It's like a cartoon network in the UK. But what do you think are the quality if for pop? If you're writing a pop song, what are the qualities that would have that where it resonates with kids and adults?
I'll try answering first. When it comes to kids, I go to kids. Like I literally go to kids and ask them and play stuff for them, see what they're reacting to. It like I'll play something for my daughters and then ask them stuff like, what are you listening to? Like I have to go that route. Like we have to get into their world. It's their world, and their tastes and whatever are totally different than what we think is important. But now I'll give an example like hip hop. There needs to be hip hop written for grown people. That's not the stuff that was back when we were 18, 19, 20 years old. There's a market for people like say my age who have money and we can buy stuff and would purchase stuff. And whoever caters to that and writes some stuff that moves us, like I said, the song about daughters and nieces, I know people who would buy that type of song. Talking about issues relevant to somebody like me, my age, my demographic. You just make some stuff for your demographic. If you deal with kids, I'd say get some kids in on it. I'd get some kids in on it. Now, then it's a matter of, are they gonna, like when I get with kids, Natasha, one of the things they'll want to do a lot of times is take the shortcut and or simply follow what somebody else is doing. The shortcut is using lazy language, like cursing. Once you make them not curse, they start thinking. It's amazing what kids come up with. Like they start thinking, you create that environment, and next thing you know, they're writing stuff that makes sense. It's fun to listen to, and what I say to them is, this has to be something that grandma can listen to with her granddaughter and grandchild, and we work it that way. And when I do that, it causes them to really put on their thinking cap and creative cap. And they'll try to sneak some stuff in. And the thing is let's say they go through that and they get real good at doing that my way, and then they want to do something completely their way that has cursing and whatever. Well, now I've actually elevated them, and even if they come with something that's not like that, it's now elevated, like they have an elevated ability. And part of my job is to elevate.
Don't ever let your left brain get bigger than your right brain.
There you go.
Oh my God, you should explain that to me because I'm probably guilty of that.
Well, it's a lot of great songwriters between 17 and 25 years old because their brains did not grow as fast as everybody else's, and they're still extremely creative, even though they're 20, 25 years old. And then there's the rest of us who the brain caught up and don't have the creativity. There's something to be said about that.
There's angst, there's issues that they have, and they're in the middle of it. You know how like you get mad and you can, when you're mad, you can sit down and write about it. Well, kids are going through a whole bunch of stuff and they're feeling all of that, and they can just go because they got all that stuff in them right then. Once they get it all out, it's like, man, I ain't got nothing to say. Somebody has to break up with me and stab me in order for me to have something to say.
Art Linkletter said that kids say the craziest things.
Mm-hmm.
Which is sometimes the most logical thing you could ever imagine, because it could be said. It's like, wait a minute, this kid's more rational than Einstein. What's going on here?
I'm like a big child, like keep getting accused of being like mental age 5 years old in multiple people. So, maybe it will be abused here. So the other thing that I also wanted to, for Maat then. So, okay, so you have the, song skeletons all down, just skeletons. And then I'm like, okay, Maat, here you go. What would your process be in terms of like, okay, these are the skeletons. There's some production ideas, not completely finished. The lyrics kind of finished, like mostly finished. And then, how would you go about like doing it then after that?
When you say there's a skeleton, what do you mean? What do
I
you
mean
mean?
like okay, so my version of a skeleton is like lyrics done, the like some production things in there, not I don't mean in terms of technical. I mean in terms of like ideas of how you want it to sound, um, like composition. You know, like it's like so basically like a bad demo.
Hmm.
So you know where you've got all the ideas down, but it's like sonically not like there's you know I'm not gonna as much as I appreciate learning about EQing and stuff like that's someone else's department. So it's I just mean in terms of like creative ideas down in a skeleton like and then you have that to work with. Like what would you do?
If you so you already have the lyrics fully written, or not necessarily
Yeah,
all the way, pretty much
so I'm
written.
planning on having yeah, I'm planning on having all the lyrics done like pretty much with maybe little minor adjustments. In terms of like creative ideas, like that all down as like with probably more room for like adjustments there. But generally like this is you know after like trying 200 things, this is now what I'm set on for each track. What would you do then?
Okay,
And it's if
and
it's
you've already decided how you want to sing it, kind of, or no?
no,
Okay,
no.
I'd start having a conversation with I'd want the lyrics, and then I'd start having a conversation with you about the song and what you actually want to do. And one of the cool things is you can do with somebody is whatever that song is, and once we have a conversation of what this song is actually saying or intending to say, what's actually there, we then start trying to make it be that. Like when you sing it, make it be that. Like if it's an say it's an angry song about when your brother kicked your dog. So then those lyrics actually work, are saying this, right? So then the interpretation of how you're going to interpret that song, how you're going to sing and interpret and say that and make me feel something. We start getting off into that, to where you can start singing that and making me feel those lyrics. You can do that a cappella, where you sing it, like you'll sing it and say whatever the lyric is about your dog, and I'll be like, yeah, I'm not feeling nothing. And
Maat, can I
yes,
interrupt?
go ahead.
I don't. We may have talked about this many, many years ago, but I would strongly suggest you never say to a singer, "Make me feel something."
Well, I said make me feel something?
Yeah.
Um, Even if I say make you feel something, what I'm going to do is actually make you feel, get you into feelings. I have no idea what I said. If I said
Well,
that, yeah,
it goes beyond. It goes from the sing from feel thing. It's like,
yeah,
okay, if you say to me, Brad, make me feel blue. Well, I'm going to be outside of myself trying to create something that I think will make Maat feel blue.
yeah. No, I would
Yeah,
make you
I thought,
actually.
I wondered, I was surprised.
Yeah, no, I get you into that feeling,
Yeah,
is
yeah,
what it is. So whatever that lyric is, you actually do have to make me feel that. But it's not a thing of me saying make me feel that. It's me getting you into that feeling, to where you actually do make me feel that. See, if like what Brad said, if I say make me feel that, that's not it. It's getting you into that feeling. So how do we sing this lyric to where you convey that message? When you if it's why'd you shoot my dog? Say that's it, right? You can sing that happy, you can sing that sad, and when you sing it, I need to feel, and the way that I feel as an audience member is you feeling. So we have to get you to feel it, and as you sing it, and work out a way to where I start feeling it, is what I would start doing.
Yeah, I may have misheard that.
But if
That's right on. Yeah.
yeah, but if most of the songs are like, you know, happy, party, like blasting down the you know the freeway, whatever. Like, how do you? Obviously, I am like happy inside, but how do you get that across? Then, like, how do you
You
get
just
me?
did it. You literally just did it. If the songs are happy and you already were in that, that's just it. You got into that happy thing and were singing it. Like if you have the lyric, you can call it up, and then we might have. Okay, so one technique Dave Isaac had me doing that worked. I would get a poem. The first time I tried, I failed miserably. The second time, um, it's a a poem. It's not even melody, nothing. It's a poem. And I didn't know what was going to repeat, none of that. So I saw what the poem was about, figured out what the type of stuff I would want to repeat. I had no idea what I was going to have the singer actually, how I was going to have the singer sing this melody. But I started playing music that actually made me feel like what this song, this lyric was talking about. Like we were sitting there having a conversation and we agreed that this music felt right for this. And then the person started singing to that music by feel. The emotion, the feel created the melody. So like an example is if somebody comes in and they jump out and I'm, hey man, like see the sound when, hey, that melody, that tone and everything is affected by the emotion, the reaction. And that's what that person, we actually focused on what is this lyric saying? The music is making us feel something. I was having a conversation with the person about it, and then they sang it emotionally based on their feeling. And I reacted positively or not. Like, ooh, that right there. And we just, all right, yep, that one's done. Next. And we just kept going. And I'm sitting there with the lyric, and I'm like, okay, this right here needs to repeat. We're working the song out as we go. This is going to need to repeat. So, all right, I said this is going to be a background vocal. Get back away from the mic about 2 feet, 1 foot, whatever. Yeah, about 2 feet. Sing off to the left and sing background vocals. It was a whooshy type, sad background vocal type thing, and the artist did that. And we just created it on the spot. But it was all done by feel. And you every day when you talk to somebody, you do this. If you have a son and your son comes in and brings you some food, breakfast in bed, oh, precious little baby, you get into that feel and you communicate. It's that.
So aside from the singing bit, like so we've got these skeletons, we've got okay, I want you to sing it like this. What do you do in terms of like the rest of it then? Because obviously, I've 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 got the creative ideas, but it's like all of that other stuff, you know, I want other people to do it, right? So what would you then do? Like, let's say I've got like a synth melody in the background, and I've got this, and I've got like some drums and whatever, and it's like there, and it's rough. Not rough, but like the ideas are there. Like I've spent ages figuring out what sounds good. What do you do then?
You're saying if
If
you have
nothing's
all the
like
nothing's
yes, if
like
you have
what?
all of the so basically like let's say I write a song about like what's the song I'm writing about at the moment like there's a song I'm writing at the moment that I'm trying at the moment that is about like being an independent girl or
Okay.
whatever right
Okay.
you've
Being
got
a
the
dependent
lyrics
girl. Okay.
or let's a more fun one like all the boys want to kiss me I don't want to kiss anyone right so like let's say that's the thing you've got all the lyrics you've got the synth background and everything and you've got basically pretty much how you want things to sound in terms of like with me when I'm songwriting it's more kind of like oh I really like this rise here and I want it to happen at you know two, two I don't know like 30 seconds I want there to be a rise here then I want it to go into the pre here so it's like a skeleton that's like actually a skeleton where I'm like okay now I think for this song it would be good if like there was a the pre is this long and blah 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 so you've got all of these like elements that are down that is essentially like a bad demo right it's like a bad quality demo where you've got everything down what do you do then after the
The lyrics
you
need
know
a melody. The lyrics need a melody that actually works
yeah so
for what you're
the
doing.
melody's there so the melody's there what do you do what's the process then what do you do you've got the
Oh,
melody you've got the lyrics you've got like some background elements you've decided that you want like this a rise happening here and like I get quite a lot of idea like really good ideas but then it's not finished right so what do you go in and do
Okay,
other
when you
stuff.
say it's not finished, are you saying that you have the melody for the lyric, you can sing it like you want, but you need the rest of the music done?
Yeah, I mean, well, so some of the music's done and some of it's not, like that kind of thing. Like, as in,
Oh,
how would,
that's composition. That's if you can already if you already have the vocal melody and the lyrics down and you can sing it, we would re-record the vocal. You know, get good takes, and the composer would come in and do that. The person who's able to play and create the music and the sonic textures, that's where that comes in. Like Dre does that uh, all the time, you know, but you get with a composer, beat maker, who would create that stuff for you. You tell it if you wanted a riser, you'd say, I want a riser right here. And you start working out which riser, what type of riser feel, whatever. That's production stuff, composition.
yeah, because what I found is, a while ago, this was like years and years ago. I went to, this is like when I like first got a Mac. I went to the Apple store in like London in the queue, and they used to do these sessions where they teach you how to use your a Mac and Logic, right? So there was this guy who was really good actually, and I remember one session it was just me and him actually because nobody else had showed up. It was just me and him. So I basically had like a private lesson at the store, and we were playing around on Logic, and I was like, "Oh, can you like, can we do a rise here?" And he literally picked out the most in like 1 second, picked out the most perfect rise, put it on. I was like, "Wow, that's amazing." Whereas other people that I've like, I've had production lessons with, like old singing teacher, he put me in touch with a guy who taught me like, basic production. Um, I do ask him the same thing, and then I was like, I just hated every rice. So it's like, how do you how do you mitigate that? Because obviously we don't want to be there for hours and hours and hours, but at the same time, like, I have this thing where I hear it, and I hear it exactly how. Does
Do
that make
you,
sense? And I'll hear
yes,
it.
yes. Remember what I said about the tastemakers? So you're not a match with everybody. Everybody's taste is not the taste that you'd want. You'd want to find somebody who actually has the feel that you want and the taste that you want, and then things can go like that. But not only that, not only do they need the ability, they have to actually be a person of service. So some people you'll get with who are capable, they will try to make your song be what they want it to be. Some people will actually try to make it be what you're saying. Like there's a lot of ego that gets into stuff where people will be like, well, it should be like this, and you're trying to make it do something else as you do your art. Um, like if I went and I'm doing hip hop and I'm with a hardcore rock dude, and I say I want a snare that snaps with some just like got some knock to it. His version of knock and mine, we might be talking total different languages and feel. So I'll either have to be patient with that person until they finds out what I'm saying when I want that, which can take time, um, or I go and find somebody who already does the type of stuff that I want and get with them. And then it can come together very easy because the type of stuff I want, they have the taste for that.
Okay, so basically, because I mean, my genre is pop, right? So it's like
Pop varies quite a bit. That'll
Oh yeah.
you say pop,
I mean,
okay.
like, okay, so maybe I'm trying to think. I don't want to say artist names because I don't want to pigeonhole myself and sound like myself. But just basically, just party. You know what? It's actually even quite difficult to say that because there's so many different types of songs in the charts. But like I love Sia, right? So like in terms of what she does, I just like so many times there's songs with by Sia, and I'm like, I wish that was my song. Because in terms of her like not everything that she does, but a lot of the things it's like like in terms of the her vocal range, it's like similar, like, and we're similar in that regard, like and then also she has really good creative ideas, like that kind of thing. So I know she's done a lot of songs with different people like Calvin Harris, blah blah blah, but yeah, but essentially um when I listen to her, some of her songs that I really like, I'm like, you know what, that's a Natasha like that's,
So
you know.
say we went and we got Sia's kicks and snares and a song was similar to what you were doing. We put it on yours and it might not work at all because you're not Sia rhythmically, tonally, the song that you're
Oh yeah.
singing. So when what happens is even the sound that you have in your head, sometimes you'll get that act the exact sound, like you might pick it out, put it in, and it not work. When Sia and them when they're doing the album, they're going by feel, and so they'll try something, and they don't. It's not necessarily I'm going to use this. They'll try stuff, and that doesn't feel right, and they start adjusting for the feel to get the result of feel that they want. It's the same thing with you, like we get in there and we start trying snares and whatever and go by it's the feel. You'll be thinking it's A that you need and you end up needing B and C put together to make the feel that you want. But it takes time and like you're gonna work on song like look at with Kanye when they talk about Kanye taking forever trying 1,000 things and it costs a lot of money and it's a headache to deal with that. And then but he sometimes he comes out with masterpieces. But it's work. It you put in the effort and try, and you're gonna fail. You're gonna succeed, and then you just keep working and until you get good at it.
So,
And you're
Matt,
still gonna fail.
got a question. I think might be a little bit on this line. I might be reaching a bit, but a student of mine the other day when she sang the song a cappella, and I've heard her sing it many other ways with many other tracks. It had more feel than anything even close to anything when she sang the track. Now, here's the question. I know that the DAW is a big issue, click tracks, blah, 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 blah. So if she mastered the vocal, a cappella, so she could get all of that feel without any whatever interruption, whatever's happening in the music, could you sync that up? Could you
I watched Kenny Joya take a vocal and do that, and I was amazed. He had tutorials on groove3.com where he was doing that with vocals, and it sounded amazing. I was sitting there like, I cannot do this. This is crazy. Person sang it with no click, nothing. And what he did it by feel when he did this. But even still, we act like everything has to be to this grid or some stuff. If she sang it by feel, you could bring in people that played by feel, no grid, and just play according to what she did, and she's the grid, and they vibe off of her, and then everybody feels it. And then there's one thing on quantizing where sometimes, like say you have a 4 count, we might only quantize the 1. Like sometimes there's songs where I went in, and the only thing I put on quantize wise was the 1. All the way through I put the 1 on and left everything else in between with that feel. And so it's a way of minimally doing stuff. Or on an 8 bar, 4 or 8 count, whatever, the 1. And it made people didn't even know the thing was actually quantized, but it was lightly quantized.
All right, well, if you don't mind, if her people can't figure that out at all, we'll hook you guys up on that one because it was just amazing. I thought, Jesus, I wish I'd thought of that. But I don't know. It's actually an equipment. We were dealing with frustrations with her playing back the track, and I said, look, just sing it a cappella. And I was just like,
you guys can go on groove3.com, GROOVE3.com. Look up Kenny Joya. It's what's it called in Pro Tools? The stretching the vocals.
Elastic audio.
Thank you. I'm sitting there like Dre. I know that. It's getting old. Hey Dre, getting old. It's messing with me, bro.
I definitely do that a lot because I record a lot of people they're locked up or whatever. Anyway, but so putting stuff on grid in order to produce over that to make sure it makes some type of sense. But like you said, when I'm doing that, I'm going just off of feel and emotion. Like I don't necessarily know what beat they're on, but I just go off of what it feels like, and then I put it as close as possible to where I think it'll go, and then produce around it.
Yeah, but Kenny Joya does it where you can watch a tutorial of him doing all these moves, and it's all feel. Like that, there's two that he's had. One got taken down because it was John Mayer. He says, my friend's in the bathroom singing, and it was John Mayer before John Mayer had came out with the song, and he took that acapella and put it to a beat. Then next thing I know, I hear that song on the radio, and I'm singing it the first day it's out. I'm like, how do I know this? What do you mean it's a new release? It was one of my tutorials. And then they had to take that tutorial down, and he put up another tutorial with somebody else singing, and he did it again. But it's on there. Elastic Audio for vocals. Kenny Gioia, Gioia. That is a master class in how to do that. But I'm telling you, it's by feel. A person, you get them to sing emotionally. Me and Dre get in there and go to work, and we have to then try not to mess it up.
Well, I knew it could be done. I should know what kind of resistance you might get, because I mean, in a lot of ways, that's the way it was always done many years ago. But with the DAW, I know it's created some new issues.
I like people singing like that, and then I like the idea of musicians coming in and playing to them, and it being free if it sounds and feels good, because that's really where it's at. And
but it's not a dance song, so she's not going to be stuck with that.
Yeah, and you can quantize, like we can go in and there's a whole song that's just a 2-track. We can quantize that 2-track song and change the feel of the 2-track, and make it. Man, there's miracles that you can do on some of this stuff, but it's a matter of, is a person willing to put in the work, and you may have to pay that person well to do that, and it takes time to develop the feel when you're making these little changes. Like Kenny Gioia is worth every penny, huh?
And who says engineers have no feel and no artistry?
We got all the feel in the artistry, man.
I know.
We make it happen, man.
I know.
That's why we won't give you credit. Nothing and make it something, man.
That's why we won't give you credit.
Exactly.
A lot of
songs.
5% on every
didn't do
record.
that. I did that. I was saying that.
Yeah, Dre know, like it when they get egotistical, it's like, all right. There have been people who have went ahead and let the song go out that was unedited by the engineer. As somebody talks smack, okay. Then the song that goes out.
It.
What?
I said they better not be telling people I did it. They put it out like that. I went over there to Drake. No, you did it. Nuh-uh. You recorded with me. That's it.
No, I'm saying, like, imagine you put in 6 hours worth of vocal editing on somebody, and then they act crazy on you, and they haven't paid you.
Maat, that happened to me at 559.
I know. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah, I did all this melodyne into this dude. He was offity off. And I put in work on that record. Melodined him up, did all this stuff. He came in and was like, why do I sound like that? I'm like, what? What are you? So then I took the Melodyne off, and he was like, yeah, that's it right there. I said, you know what, bro? Here you go. Just take it. Just leave me alone.
See, and that's a real thing. People will like stuff that actually nobody else on the planet likes. Their taste is horrible, but they're paying. You give them that. And there's also situations where we'll fix stuff, make them sound good. They'll get big-headed. And if they haven't paid, hey, man, they don't get that.
Mm-hmm. They moved to L.A. and...
So ask for the money up front.
Well, at least, but you got to, especially being an engineer, you gotta get a deposit, and then you gotta have your cancellation. You feel me? Your cancellation fee, which is, I did all this work. You still gotta give me at least half. You know what I'm saying, of what my usual charge is, bro.
Yeah.
So
I know a guy, he used to use the saying, "Well, don't you think that's fair?" You might try that. It worked for him a lot.
So Natasha, your job is to find somebody who has the taste that you like.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, at the moment, I'm just making the skeletons because I think that's really important. And like I'm working hard at it as well. So, and then essentially it's just a case of, I mean, so how does it work? Do you and Dre work together, or like is it you work on different tracks? Or the way I see it is, I don't think find loads of different people. basically.
What type of songs are you doing? Are they hip hop ish, R&B? What?
Like pop, R&B, smooth, but like fun. Like I want people to be able to dance to them. So it's like a smooth R&B pop, but like more pop. So it's and fun, upbeat, party, that kind of stuff.
You know what you could try?
But not too.
Find a song, like pick one of your songs and find a song on the internet that you could sing to, like that has the beat, the drum groove, and pay Dre the most to make that drum groove, because the drum groove can't be copywritten. Pay Dre the most to make that drum groove for you to sing to, and then he sends you the drum groove so you can sing to that drum groove, and then it's a matter of the other stuff, the composition part. But the drum groove cannot be copywritten. The chords neither.
Yeah, so I think what I'm doing is I'm getting everything down that I can possibly get out of my head down, so it's done, and then it's up for discussion for like what everybody wants to do. But I think, like I said, I do hear things really clearly in my head of what I want things to sound like. So once I've completely, taken all my energy out, and I'm like, right, this is me done now. This is Natasha at her limit. This is the max. Then I think that's the point to open it up to like yourselves and producers and be like, who actually wants to work on it? I mean, you might not like it. You might be like, yeah, actually, no, we want to work on it.
A person, when you're
Hopefully,
paying a person, they don't have to like it. They don't have to like it. They're doing a job. You
I
want
think
somebody who can like it, but a person is doing a job for you.
I
people,
do a lot of stuff I don't like.
I understand that, but I think, I mean, I appreciate it like when people, if somebody doesn't like something, they just say, because yes, I know it's a job, but at the same token, if you don't like the song, then it's going to be really difficult for you to make it work. And also, I think me personally, like I don't get upset. Like I take criticism really well. So it's actually good when somebody says, you know what, that's actually for me. I like when people are like brutally honest and are just like, you know what, I don't actually like that. Why don't you try this? Or I think you need to have that level of honesty. Obviously, it depends on the person that you're working with, whether they can handle that. Like me, absolutely, I can handle that. Even like when I messaged Brad, I said, just if I sound stuck one day, you have to tell me. Like I'm not one of these. I'm here to learn. It's not about massaging my ego or like making. I don't get upset about things. I'm like like a good student. So when you're a good student, if you do something that it doesn't sound right, or somebody thinks that it'd be better, you have to just be honest. Like I think I appreciate that the most.
Okay,
But
hold
yeah,
on,
but I
hold on one
think
second. So let's say that you want a song done ska, and you come in and you're wanting this song done ska for your reasons, and you're finna pay me, and I think that it should be
what's
done R&B. Are you telling me that it should be done R&B because I think ska is not good for you?
what what scar?
See,
Oh, it's a
I
style
don't
of
know what.
music.
yeah, it's a genre, a
Okay,
style of music.
no, I mean I don't mean that type of stuff. I mean in terms of like you know it's not so much. I think when a song is good, it works in any genre, right? So like it's more kind of it's just giving honest opinions on saying like, okay, well, because at the end of the day, I'm writing songs that I want to be fun and I want people to be able to dance to them. So I'd love if you having songs sent skeletons sent to you, just like try and dance to it in your kitchen and see whether you actually want to dance to it. Because as me, I can sit in my like on my laptop and create this stuff, and I might think it's dope as well and like amazing, but at the end of the day, like you have to get feedback from various people. It's not a question of like I'm gonna do exactly like you know everybody has different opinions, so you can't please everybody. But it's still good to, if you are working with people, it's good for them to like. I encourage it when people give their honest opinion. Like I have a friend and she's like Gen Z, and like she like I play all these like song 90 songs to her, which I absolutely love. And she's like, nah. And I'm just looking at her like, how do you not love this? Like, this is amazing. Like, like I'll pay like NSYNC to her, and she's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh my god, what a catastrophe. But I still appreciate her opinion. I appreciate it when she's like, this, and some of her
So,
taste in music I don't like. I still appreciate the like to know, like, okay, right, that didn't work, or this
okay,
might work for you.
watch this. Watch this. I go into the studio. Me, you, Dre, we go into the studio. We have what we want the music to be. The engineer says, "Man, I don't like this beat." That engineer's fired.
He's donezo.
Get out of here. You're garbage. So we know what we want and what we're trying to do when we come in. That engineer is doing a service. That's like how we are operating. And but so let's say I don't like your drum. I don't like hip hop drums. That doesn't mean that I don't make the dopest hip hop drums. Like Clyde Stubblefield might have went in and he didn't necessarily like this. I'm not into rock, but they wanted Clyde Stubblefield's feel and things, so he plays and everybody's amazed. They love it. Clyde's, hey man, it's a check. You never know. Like it's about the results and what do you want. Like if you want somebody's opinion, then yes. But if you're coming in and you're trying to do a song and you want it to be a Christmas song, and that's what you're wanting, and you're paying us, we're going to try to make this be the best Christmas song that we can. And yes, we'll give you our honest opinion if, or whatever. But the idea is you are the guiding thing. What are you trying to do? And when you tell us what you're trying to do, we try to achieve that goal. Not just where it's up in the air, I like it, I don't like it. What goal are you trying to do? If you're trying to make a horror flick and you say at this moment it's supposed to be scary, I can say, yeah, I'm not scared. But I know at that moment you're trying to do scary because you've let me know. It's that type of thing. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to achieve? And then we try to achieve that. Because if not, like with what I'm hearing you saying, man, ain't no telling what this song gonna end up being, and it depends on that person's opinion, and like it can get crazy if we're not careful. Like we have to know what we're trying to do sooner or later, and then execute it.
You can't please everyone, but I think like just generally most of the songs are gonna be, they're like fun. So it's like I want people to dance to them. Like I want people to be like, oh my god, I want to play that when I'm going really fast on the motorway. Like it's like upbeat. Most of them are upbeat. It
So
might
you
be like a ballad.
you just said fun. So Dre, Brad, David, and me, we all create a fun beat for you. What you like, I might listen to Davis and be like, he calls that fun, and that's how it is. And so then we have to choose because David might look at my beat and be like, Maat tripping. Maat, it sound like you. Were you angry at somebody today, Maat? No, man, that's fun. I don't like your fun, Maat. You sound like you ready to kill somebody. Um, so it's once we pair the beat like with it, it'll say something. You can take the same vocal, put different fun beats on it, and each one will create a certain feel. You can have it be bright, dark, all kind of different textures, and you got to decide which is the one you want, and then we roll. We try to make it communicate to people.
A good question, Natasha, to ask if you want the truth from people. Just ask them, what do they feel? And that works for grandma, that works for your neighbor, that works for my aunt. Because when you start asking us what we think, get in a lot of trouble with that one.
And if you're playing a dance track and nobody's dancing, nobody's moving, that they don't have to say nothing.
Yep.
Like a certain Dr. Dre beats come on and everybody's like going like this as they're talking. They start moving, tapping their feet. Like there's a physical thing if you're talking dancing.
Watch the movie about Ray Charles.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want dancey. Like I don't want dance because I think that's too dancey.
Whatever it is you want, we have to achieve that.
Yeah, I hope everybody like is like, oh, this is fun. I want to play it in my car. Woo! Like this is fun. I want to repeat it. I want to play it like that kind of thing. This way,
Well,
like,
if
oh my
you're
God, this is
feeling,
so
if you're Natasha, if you're feeling that, then there's a good chance they will too,
Yeah,
while you're doing it. Now,
yeah.
after, if you're just stroking yourself, going, "Oh, look at my record," no, that's different. But if you're actually feeling it when you performed it and everybody involved had said, "Oh, yeah, that's the feel," most likely everybody else is going to feel it too. Now, that won't guarantee they like it. You know,
Yeah.
you could get somebody tapping their toe and they could get mad as hell at you. They don't want to tap their damn toe.
And see, we want you to get into the field. I'm sorry, Barry. You want to finish? Go
No,
ahead.
no, it's all right. But the point is you got it. You did it. It happened. They don't have to like it. You know, if you, I don't know. There's probably no figures that make any sense, but let's just say that if 10% people hate you and 90% people love you, you're in great shape.
So
Flip
if
that
all, yeah,
around, you got a career problem. If you got the first one, career-wise, you're in good shape.
if all of us make a beat for this song, and one of them makes you feel the thing that you want to feel, that's the one you go with, and it's about you doing your thing. You're the star. Unless this is a dance track and the dance track is the star, like you have to make a decision.
yeah. And also, like, I think it needs to be good, but also I want to be when a song's you like it and when you perform it a different way. Like there's songs that people absolutely love, and I'll sing them. I've sung them previously with singing teachers, and I'm just not into the song. So it's like even though everybody loves it, I'm singing it, and I'm like I don't want to name artist songs, but you know there are some songs that have gone to number one and they've been there for weeks, and I don't like them. So when I'm singing it, it's like I'm doing it because I'm doing the exercise, but I'm not moved by it in that way. So I think that's also important. Like I need to feel, you know, when I'm performing something, I need to feel like I think this is amazing because it is going to help my performance when I'm performing it.
Yes. And then it comes down to once you put it out, it's not about you anymore. Once it goes out, it's about people and what they get out of it. And if they get something out of it and they like it, cool. If they don't, so be it.
Back to the drawing board.
Hmm.
I will hope that's
Yeah, it's 7:24. I've got to head out.
Yeah, it's great, Maya. Thank you for your time, and Natasha, thanks for your questions. David, so much appreciation. You know, I just love this stuff. I'm going to keep doing it. I'll talk to you, Maya, later about getting some different guests, but just want to keep doing this. It's
William
happening.
Bowser. You need to get William Bowser on here. He can talk about the marketing and stuff. How
I
to get stuff
did
on
talk to
Billboard.
him. He's talking about the first of the year, and
Okay,
I'm looking at
good.
October.
Because he can talk about Billboard and doing stuff like that, which works right with what Natasha was asking.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll get some variety going. I might have some singers come on.
Yeah.
The ones that are experienced, you know, ones who say, you know, the singers can ask other singers like, "How do you talk to my art?" You know, I mean, you know, get that perspective as well. So it doesn't have to be all producers and engineers. And I left that open. I asked, you know, Monet Love,
Yes.
and I asked her husband to do the show as a manager, and I haven't gotten back. He hasn't gotten back to me yet, but you know, but I'd like to expand it a little bit. But this is the crux. This is the crux to the idea.
Okay.
But I know you know. I've run out of the people I know really well that I think will do it, and I know you know a whole lot more. So we'll talk about that later. All right,
Okay.
everyone.
Ashley, thank you.
You guys go ahead and chime off. David and I are going to talk for just a moment offline, so to speak. But you guys go ahead and tune out, and I'll stop the recording now. All right, thanks, y'all.
All right. See you guys later.